What's up, Tarot Cuties? Hey there. Welcome back to another reading with the Empress of Fortune. We're going to be discussing messages from your inner teenager today. I know a lot of people want to talk about their inner child, and I fully support that. But I also think that sometimes we forget about our inner teenager because, let's be honest, there's so much teenage angst running around that is still trapped deep within our souls. A lot of the time, people really haven't been able to move past things that happened to them when they were teenagers, let alone what happened to them when they were kids. But I think we just don't give enough attention to our inner teenager. So I wanted to get into that today. I've got 7 piles here for you guys. This is definitely going to be a big boy reading. So this is going to be pile 1 right here, pile 2, pile 3, pile 4, pile 5, pile 6, and pile 7. Go ahead and choose intuitively if you would like. The timestamps are listed down below in the description box, along with all the decks that I'm going to be using in this reading today. I really hope that you enjoy it. I hope that it helps to heal you at least a little bit, heal something within you at least a little bit. And I will see you at your reading. See you then. Hey there, pile 1. What's up? What's up? If you chose this first card, then this is going to be your reading. I'm going to go ahead and set this card off to the side. I'll put it right there. And we're going to get our identifiers out. If you don't want to watch the identifiers part, then there's a timestamp below for you to skip to the part where we start the reading. These identifiers are just to help you to confirm that this is in fact your reading. Of course, you chose this card using intuition. I know you don't know what it is yet, but if you want additional confirmation, you can go ahead and watch these. So the way that they work is that I'm going to swirl my pen around in here, get some of these paper slips out. They each have something different written on them. And at least one of the things on here should be like familiar to you, significant to you somehow, relevant to you. It could have shown up in your life recently, even if it was just in passing, or maybe it was like a very significant part of your past or something like that, right? So yeah, let's go ahead and get them out. Spirit, the message today is messages from your inner teenager. Who chose pile 1? Who are my pile 1 people? Pile 1 people. Who are the people for pile 1? While I'm doing this, you can go ahead and put a little like on this video, give it a thumbs up, and you can subscribe as well. That way we'll be more connected and my videos can resonate more for you, for my subscribers. All right, anybody else in pile 1, Spirit? Who else is in pile 1? Who are my pile 1 people for messages from your inner teenager? Pile 1, pile 1. It's a really big pile. We've got 7 piles today, so I'm kind of surprised, but oh well. Anybody else? Okay. All right, cool. Let's see. All right, so starting off strong, we've got Heart of Dixie. That is a TV show that was on like the CW back in the day. And it starred Rachel Bilson as a New York City doctor who moved to Alabama to take over a family practice. Helena by My Chemical Romance, that's a song. Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy by Big and Rich, that's also a song. We've got Half and Half, that's a TV show. Was that on CW or like UPN or something like that? It's about 2 half-sisters who live in San Francisco and they live in the same like apartment building or like triplex or something. And like they're very different, but you know, they come together and become friends. Nobody's Supposed to Be Here by Deborah Cox. Oh, that's so funny that that came out because at the beginning of Half and Half, like in the beginning of the series, the sisters did not really like each other. Like they didn't grow up together. And one of them is like, you're not supposed to be here, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of funny that that came out. So you might have like a sibling rivalry with somebody that could also confirm for You. We Used to Be Friends by the Dandy Warhols. That is the theme song for Veronica Mars, starring Kristen Bell. So there's like a lot of like old TV shows coming out here. Ballet Slippers. Of course that could just be ballet, so maybe you really enjoy ballet or you're a dancer of some kind, but it's also a nail polish color by OPI. It's like a very pale pink. Evermore by Taylor Swift featuring Bon Iver, so we might have some Swifties in here. Amber, that could be somebody's name. It's also a song by 311. You also might be a fan of Love is Blind. There were Ambers on season 1 and season 4 of Love is Blind. Company by Drake featuring Travis Scott. Barney Stinson, he's a character from How I Met Your Mother, played by Neil Patrick Harris. Living Single, that is a show about friends living in New York City, starring Queen Latifah. The Joker by Steve Miller Band. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. Yeah. All right. The Game, which is a TV show. It was starring, I want to say it was Tia Mowry. It was one of the twins. I want to say it was Tia though. And I wrote Jason on here. He's one of the characters on there. Jason Pitts. He's a football player, but notoriously cheap. This show is about like football players and their wives / girlfriends, but it's like a fictional show. Airbnb. So maybe you like recently booked an Airbnb, maybe you run Airbnbs, maybe you just have stayed recently in an Airbnb or something. Oklahoma, that's the state, but it could also be the musical Oklahoma. We have here Earth signs, Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo, so that could be in your big four, your Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus signs. Linkin Park, that's a band, R.I.P. Chester. We've got Flight 99 by Taku, Mac McWaters, and Masego. That's a song. Las Vegas, Vegas baby. Maybe you're like planning a trip there. You could be from there. Maybe you recently got back from there, or you like used to live there for a long time or something. Portions for Foxes by Rilo Kiley. Maybe you like got married in Vegas. Portions for Foxes is a song. Seth Rogen. Interesting. He's an actor. Very well known for Knocked Up. In Knocked Up, they went to Las Vegas. Okay, Strobe Light by Little Dragon. That's a song. Nice by Beyonce and Jay-Z, The Carters. Because I'm nice, 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 nice. The Majesties by Tiffany Sao. That is a book. I hope they turn that into a movie soon, because that book was really good. Swing Swing by All American Rejects. That's a song. Swing, swing, swing from the tangles of my heart is crushed by a former love. Chemical Hearts, that's a movie. I want to say that it's on either Netflix or Amazon Prime. I can't remember which one it is. Can you help me find a way to carry on again? Doctor by Remy Wolf. That's a song. I don't want to be your doctor. Sesame chicken, yum. So maybe that's like your favorite dish from the Chinese food spot. Maybe you ate it recently, something like that. Excuse me. Endings, Beginnings movie. That's a movie starring Shailene Woodley. I want to say it's also on Netflix or Amazon Prime, but I don't remember. Chemical Hearts is starring, I want to say like Lily Reinhart or whatever her name is. That girl who was in Riverdale, I think. I never watched Riverdale, but I'm pretty sure that's her. Anne Hathaway, she's an actress. We've got a lot of identifiers here. This is a huge group. Nicole Byer, she is an actress and comedian. You might know her from like Girl Code or Grand Crew. Yin Yang Twins, that's a musical duo from Atlanta. They did a lot of like the crunk style music. Taste by Tyga featuring Offset. Can I get it? Taste. Los Angeles. So we got Los Angeles and Las Vegas here. So yeah, maybe you like are planning a visit to LA. Maybe you're from LA. Maybe you live there. Counting Crows. That's a band. They have a lot of songs, but Accidentally in Love from Shrek just came to mind. Juicy by Doja Cat featuring Tyga. So we got a lot of Tyga We got both taste and juicy. Interesting. What's next? Sewing kit. You know what is funny? I don't think that one's ever come out before. I feel like that's the first time since I made that slip, which was probably a while back, that's come out. So that's funny. Sewing kits. Maybe you like to sew. Maybe you recently had to have something mended, or you mended it yourself, or you bought a sewing kit or something. Legally Blonde, iconic movie starring Reese Witherspoon. We've got Foundations by Kate Nash. That's a song. She's British. Thursday night, everything's fine, except you've got that look in your eye like I'm telling a story and you find it boring. You're thinking of something to say. All right, Catfish, the TV show. Neve Schulman, Cammie Crawford, of course our boy Max too, but for Neve and Cammie, you might not have seen them recently like in the context of Catfish. You might have seen them like online or in another show or something like that. I know Neve was on like Dancing with the Stars, and Cammie also hosts like another love reality show, something, I don't know what it is, but something like Are You the One, maybe. Voice, this also makes me think of The Voice, like the singing competition show, but voice, like maybe you work with your voice, like you could be a public speaker or a singer or a teacher or something like that. All right, we've got Silicon Valley. That is, of course, like the tech hub in California, in the Bay Area outside of San Francisco, but it's also a TV show on HBO. There's a lot of Cali energy or like West Coast energy coming through here. I feel like that happens in a lot of my readings. I don't know why. All black everything. So you might like to wear all black. You could have gone through like a goth or like an emo phase or something like that. Yeah. Maybe like All Black Friends. 1894 by Amber Mark. That is a song. Justin Timberlake, singer. We've got, running out of space up here. I'm gonna have to put some stuff up there. Angus Thongs and Full Frontal Snogging. That's a book, but they turned it into a movie called Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging. The number 8, so that could be like the month of August. It could be like Leo, Virgo. It could be that you live on like 8th Street or the 8th floor or apartment number 8. 8 could be your lucky number. You might be seeing 888, things like that. Aaron Taylor Johnson. He was actually in this movie, Angus Thongs and Full Frontal Snogging, Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging. But he's an actor. You might know him from like Bullet Train or Kick-Ass or something like that. Vietnam. These are the last two. Let's see what they say. Lil Sebastian. That is a mini horse from Parks and Rec, the TV show. And then we have here drama. So maybe there's some drama going on in your life right now. This also is like the name of a musical duo obviously called Drama. And then it also makes me think of Johnny Drama from Entourage. So if you ever saw that show, Entourage, one of the characters was called Johnny Drama. I love Entourage. Shout out to Adrienne Grenier. Anyway, yeah, these are our identifiers. I'm going to write these down in my tarot journal, and then we will get into the reading in just a second. Alrighty, pile one, let's go ahead and get into it. I just want to say this candle has been burning like crazy. I don't know if you guys can like see this formation on the side. It's like wild. It's really, really, really weird. So I lit this candle because I know, teenagers, they tend to have like a lot of angst and rage and stuff like that. And it is processing. That's all I'll say. It is processing. So let's go ahead and find out what this pile is about. Pile one. These are messages from your inner teen. Oyster here. And oysters are about clamming up. Okay. They are about keeping things inside, not expressing yourself and expressing your emotions. This is for water here, right? So keeping even the things that irritate you to yourself. But as we all know, oysters, if they get some sand inside, the sand will develop into a pearl. So there is something valuable to be learned from that time of either silence or kind of keeping things bottled up. But otherwise, let's go ahead and just see what's going on in this reading. I do kind of want to see what the book has to say about the oyster. All right, so for oyster, this says patient, secret keeper, hiding inner treasures. The focus and determination of the oyster is unmatched. Anything an oyster personality puts their mind to, they achieve with grace and charm. The only problem is oyster types often take their inner gifts for granted. They become shy or doubtful, and this can lead to withdrawing or protecting their deepest desires in life's work. When the oyster card appears, it's important to reveal your inner treasures. What is it that you've been hesitant to share? The world is waiting to see. When in balance, feels blessed, generous, and masterful. When out of balance, reluctant, gripping, clams up. To bring into balance, share something. All right, so definitely you could have been a shy teenager. That shyness could have even transferred over into your adult life. But that doesn't mean that you don't have things to say. It doesn't mean that you don't have things to share or that you don't have gifts. It might just be that people don't recognize you for those gifts, or you don't allow space for people to recognize you for your gifts. You might really enjoy kind of having your own little secret to keep to yourself. And if you do, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But you definitely have a lot of inner treasures, and we love that. Don't take yourself for granted. You might have taken yourself for granted when you were younger, and that could be something that you have either learned from or continued to do. So I pre-pulled some oracle cards, and then we're going to get the tarot out, and then we'll also get some additional cards out after that. But these 4 oracle cards I wanted to pre-pull. You know what? I'm actually kind of in the mood to switch things up a little bit. I was originally going to leave these cards until the end, but I'm feeling like I want them right now. Maybe it's because you guys are the oyster and you tend to clam up all of your feelings when you're out of balance, but I'm just in the mood to use these. So these are the mood cards. I actually have 2 different decks of them. One of them is just regular moods, and then one of them is deep emotions. So we're gonna go with, all right, let's go ahead and get from this deck and see what kind of emotions we were dealing with as a teen for pile 1. All right, so we've got stressed, heart racing, mind whirling, thoughts overwhelming. Interesting. We've also got shame. I can't believe I did that. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I could definitely see why somebody would clam up. And we did this card came out in the reverse initially, and I decided to keep it upright. But I'm going to go ahead and keep it upright because I think that there are a lot of positive things that can come out of this. But I can't understand why, if you felt ashamed of something that you did, you would kind of clam up and you would take it for granted and you wouldn't want to show people about it. So let's go ahead and see what else comes out of here. We've also got anger. So yeah, I think that your inner teenager is dealing with a lot of things that they keep hidden, a lot of really difficult emotions that they tend to bottle up and keep inside. I'm gonna see if there's any other cards that feel like coming out. I only take the cards that come out face up. So we're actually going to go to this other deck, Deep Emotions, the Deep Emotions deck. Pile 1, what kind of deep emotions is their inner teenager feeling that they need to acknowledge? Let's see. Envy. It says desire, desire, desire. So yeah, I know as a teen, we often get jealous of other people for either doing things that we think we can't do or having things that we think we can't have. And it seems like your inner team is still dealing with those kinds of feelings. All right, so let's go ahead and get our other cards out now. We have here from the Abandoned Oracle, the crematorium. That automatically makes me think of high school, just the shape of the building, or it could also be church as well too. But crematorium is where people who want to be cremated after they pass away, it's where their corpses are sent and they are turned to ash so that they can be put into some sort of like urn or receptacle that can then be carried around with the family. So yeah, this also makes me think about like getting flamed. Okay, so like getting flamed could mean like being really, really embarrassed about something, and like maybe your classmates made fun of you for something. Like you could have been like the butt of some sort of joke. And those types of things, we got the number 15 here, so that might have happened when you were 15 or around that age. Those types of things, they can be very, very, they can leave lasting effects on you and your psyche, and they can make it difficult for you to not only trust other people, but also to make friends in the future or to want to reach out and branch out. So you might have been the type of person who only like stuck to your group of friends or maybe had few friends, and it could have been that people made you the butt of their joke at least one time. And if it was just one time, it was probably a pretty bad time. If it was more than one time, then it was probably pretty impactful. All right, what else do we have here? We've got Garden 20. So you could have been a late bloomer is also what I'm hearing. You might not have developed physically until you were about 20, until you were out of your teens. Or you might have maybe found a place that was a lot easier for you to live in, to be in, to blossom in once you left your teens. So for some people that might have been leaving high school, going to college in a different place, and you met new people and you felt like you could really start over there. For some other people, it might have just been, moving to a new area where you felt more comfortable. But I'm definitely seeing like once you got out of your teens, you were able to like open up and let your treasures be known and be shown. I immediately am thinking right now about LGBTQ teens who maybe were made fun of when they were younger, and the whole It Gets Better campaign about how when you grow up and you get out of high school, you have a lot more freedom and you have more ability to choose the people who you are around. And so in that case, like you can blossom a little bit more. Let's see what we have here. Insecurity. Yeah, definitely. All right, so we've got a lot of emotions here and a lot of like really tough emotions here. Stress, shame, anger, envy, insecurity. It's like having this little like devil on your shoulder, or even like wondering if you're bad. Like if you as a person are a bad person because of the things that you either want or the things that you've done in the past that you're ashamed of. You know, there are so many different ways that people express themselves, and especially when you're a teen, it feels really difficult to not be judged by your peers for even just doing like the simplest things. You know, like if you want to wear your hair differently one day and then all of a sudden people in your school are making fun of you because of the hairstyle that you chose is different than the one that you normally wear. I mean, there's so many different random things that people will get after you about. It's just, teens can be very, very cruel. And I think that you were a very, very special person hiding your uniqueness because you just didn't want to open yourself up to being ridiculed. And you also might have hidden yourself like behind a certain stressful situation. So like whether that was like high like always making sure you get good grades, or just being in like the best academic classes, or, you know, sports, like really intense sports, and always trying to be the best at something. It seems like the amount of stress that you put on yourself to try and either keep other people away and or be like this perfect vision on the outside, and also to suppress what made you different and what made you special, was really stressful for you. You might have like drank a lot of coffee. You also could have potentially suffered from like ADHD or something like that, with like mind whirling, thoughts overwhelming, is coming to me as well too. The anger is coming out really strongly here as well, because we do have like this card, obviously, and then this like little devil here. So some of you guys may have gotten in fights or had some sort of anger issues that you had to deal with. And especially with like the crematorium here and the idea of like getting flamed, I could definitely see there being some sort of like really negative reactions to what the other students or the other kids around you might have said to or about you. Okay, I'm thinking about this scene in Vampire Diaries where, I'm sorry guys, my dog is eating and he's literally so loud. I'm thinking about this scene in Vampire Diaries where Jeremy, who's Elena's little brother, he dies. Like straight up he dies. And then they're able to use magic to like bring him back to life. And it took a few weeks though, or like it took a little while to be able to bring him back to life. And so in between the time when he died and the time when he was brought back to life, like the town had a funeral for him. He had a headstone, you know, all this other stuff. And so then when he comes back to life through magic, he has to like go back to school because he's still in high school. He has to go back to school, and everybody, and also like they actually ended up burning his house down. Not like the people at school, but his sister Elena, after he died, she burned the house down because she didn't want to live there anymore. And like she felt like it was just the easiest thing to do about his death was like say that it was an accidental fire, right? So that imagery goes with this here as well too. But when he gets back to school after being resurrected, he, like, all the kids are making fun of him because he had to make up this whole story about how he like burnt his own house down and ran away because he was afraid of the consequences, and now he's back. And then like everybody's like making fun of him and calling him a weirdo and all this other stuff. And like meanwhile, he has all of this stress going on in his personal life because, you know, like his sister's a vampire now and blah blah blah, and also he's like a vampire hunter, so he has something really special about him and it's invisible and nobody can see it. And I'm very much getting Jeremy Gilbert energy right now. If you haven't seen the Vampire Diaries, I'm only on season 5, but I'm enjoying it. So anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and get the tarot out because I feel like it will give us more context to what your inner teen is trying to say. So I'm using the Inner Child cards. This is a fairy tale tarot. And these cards are enormous. They're so big. So yeah. I want to hear some messages from Pile 1's inner teen. If Pile 1's inner teen could say anything to them, what would they say? Let's go. All right, we have the Three of Wands in reverse. Interesting. So this makes me think that things maybe didn't turn out the way that you either wanted them to or expected them to. It also could be that like you traveled far and wide since you were a teen and maybe came back to a place that is familiar to you. That may not resonate for everybody. You may have traveled far away and then never come back for some of you guys. But yeah, I'm getting this idea of sending energy out and wanting to know kind of like what happens and maybe never getting to know what happens. We have here the Empress, which is Mother Goose in this deck. Yeah. And this to me speaks also about the insecurity here and like the special treasure that you have, because the Empress is like a very beautiful person, a very beautiful energy. She's abundant, she's creative, but here in the reverse, this is like not tapping into that message, not tapping into that energy. And the Three of Wands can be about missed opportunities, missed messages. And I think that your inner teen wants you to know that like you missed a lot of opportunities to be your best self when you were younger, and they hope that you're not still doing that now. You know, if you're still hiding now, your inner teen wishes that you would stop, and they wish that you would just be free to be who you always have been and who you wanted to be back then, but were too afraid to be at the time. Okay. But yeah, they basically just want you to know that like nobody can make you feel as embarrassed as they may have made you feel in the past. And if you envy anybody now, it should be envying yourself and knowing what it is that you desire. All of like the envy that you felt when you were a teen, if you're still feeling that, they want you to know that like you are great, and if you should be envying anybody, it should be yourself for like getting to live the life that you've lived. Like, I think that your inner teen wants to be really proud of you, but if you're still suffering from insecurity and some shame from when you were younger, they really want you to let it go, because they know that you could have just the most amazing, amazing life, and yet you're holding back even now as you watch this. Like, the life that you have now, you're holding back. And this garden that comes through in your subconscious is so abundant and so full. Like the garden, the Empress here, and the Mother Goose, like there's so much potential for abundance on your part of like experience of all the different lives that you could live within your lifetime, all the different things that you could do. And it's almost like how do I put this? It's almost like you've chosen death, and not like literally, you know, obviously like you're alive watching this, but it's almost like you've chosen to that's really the only way I can say it. It's almost like you've chosen death in this space instead of choosing life and choosing to move forward and like live your best life. You know, it's almost like you're just resigned. Like, okay, well, you know, life's a bitch and then you die, right? And no, that's not true. Life is beautiful, and you have an opportunity here to like go out and do amazing things, but I think you're either missing that opportunity to do so, or you're like standing on the sidelines and watching everybody else live their life, which is I think where this envy is coming from too. Okay, whatever is like irritating you in your spirit, I think that it has an opportunity to like actually create something really beautiful and to really accentuate your personal beauty, whether that's outer or inner beauty, but especially your inner beauty. And if you're able to recognize how beautiful of a person and a personality you are, and to show it and to let it shine, then you're going to be a lot better off. And your inner teen is just tired of hiding, because if they weren't so like ruthlessly made fun of when they were younger, then they would have just felt like they could be who they wanted to be. It makes me think of like if somebody wanted to, like, let's say be in the musical or whatever, but they were all, and they had a great voice, but they were always too afraid to come through and like go to auditions, right? But like if they had gone to the audition, who knows, maybe they would have been cast in the lead, but you'll never know because you never tried. And this Three of Wands here is giving me like never try action. Okay, it's like knowing that you need to make a decision, but choosing to make the safe one instead of the one that's going to make you happy. And your inner teen wants you to make the choice that's going to make you happy instead of being resigned to this like sad life. Okay, and I'm not saying your life right now is sad, because that might not necessarily be true, but like when we think of what our younger selves might have wanted for us, you know, would they be happy with what you're doing now? Maybe, I don't know. That's a question only you can answer. But like this oyster here and this insecurity card here, both of them have like something really special inside. Like the oyster has the pearl. This guy here has this little heart in here, and both of them have these like shining lights coming out of them. These shining rays coming out of them. Plug for Ray of Light by Madonna is coming through. And I feel like I just got home, and I feel and I feel like I just got home, and I feel I'm right, yeah. So I'm gonna light this candle for you, help you transmute any of that negative energy. You can use this as a prayer candle, pile 1. May their inner teenager help them grow into the beautiful, wonderful adult that they have always been meant to be, for the good of themselves and everybody involved. The highest good. Blessed be. All right, Spirit. Thank you so much for helping me with this reading. Pile 1, I think I'm going to leave the reading here. Just remember that showing off your true inner light and what makes you special is going to drive you in the right direction for the future. It's going to help you reach this garden. It's going to help you reach this place of self-assuredness. And though I don't think we can ever fully be rid of insecurity, I think that we can get rid of insecurity due to things like shame, anger, and envy. And you don't need to stress yourself out in order to do this. I think that you can just open up and just let people see what you have inside. Okay? It doesn't have to be a stressful situation. It can be very peaceful, actually. Just, you might want to meditate and like imagine yourself like in a garden. That might be helpful. And you may also want to start thinking about like your life when you're older, you know, as an elderly person, and like what would you want to be able to say about yourself and about your life when you're old, you know? Like if you were 70 looking back on your life, what kind of life would you have wanted to have? Would it have been one where you were still living with shame, anger, envy, and stress all the time? Or would it have been one that's like calmer, where you took chances, took risks, and realized and showed your beauty to the world? Okay? All right, pile 1, I love you. Thank you so much for sticking with me through this reading, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Leave me a comment down below to let me know if it resonated with you, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. What's up, pile 2? Welcome to your reading. We're going to get our identifiers out first, so if you would like to skip this part, the timestamp is down below for pile 2 reading. These are the identifiers. So the way the identifiers work is I'm going to swirl my pen around in this lip bowl. There are slips of paper in here that have all different kinds of stuff on them. Whatever comes out, at least one of them should be resonant with you, could be familiar to you, significant to you. It could have even just shown up in your life in passing recently, but yeah, at least one of them should feel like oh, okay, yeah, cool. So pile 2, the message today is messages from your inner teenager. Who's in pile 2, Spirit? Who chose this card for pile 2? Who are my pile 2 people? While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit the like button, and you can subscribe so we can be more connected. Subscribe to my channel. Who else is in pile 2, Spirit? Anybody else in pile 2? Who are my pile 2 people? Anybody else in pile 2? All right, that's it. Let's go. All right. So we got When You're Good to Mama by Queen Latifah from Chicago. That is from the movie. Chicago is a Broadway play. They made a movie out of it starring Renee Zellweger, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Queen Latifah, and many others. And this song is really good. Return of the Mac by Mark Morrison. It's a song. So 2 songs already. We've got Bluebird. That could be an actual bluebird, or it could be the song by Miranda Lambert, or there's a poem by Charles Bukowski called Bluebird. Signs by Snoop Dogg, Justin Timberlake, and Charlie Wilson. Okay. Justin Timberlake did come out in pile 1, so you might have some messages over there. Toni Morrison. She's an author. Well-known author. R.I.P. to my queen. You might have like read some of her books in high school. Casino by Houndmouth. That's a song. Dealers and their bootlegs. Okay, Doctor Strange, Marvel. I've never seen any of those movies, but I'm pretty sure Doctor Strange is played by Benedict Cumberbatch. I have no idea, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure. Karaoke. So you might love karaoke. You might have recently gone to karaoke or have plans to go to karaoke soon. Tupac, Keep Your Head Up. That is a song. So yeah, there's a lot of like music going on in here. So you might be really into music. You might have like played in the band or the chorus or the orchestra when you were younger. Picture by Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock. That is like a very classic karaoke song. I put your picture away. Skywalker by Miguel featuring Travis Scott. So yeah, there's a ton of music coming out in here. Skywalking on my haters. Yacht. Okay. Yacht life. You might have like gone on a yacht or something. Rip Girls. That is a Disney Channel original movie about surfer girls. So you might know that movie. You might have seen that movie a lot when you were younger or something. You could yourself be a surfer girl. Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden. It's a song. The Good Place. That's a TV show starring Kristen Bell, Jamila Jamil, some other people. Red Hot Chili Peppers. That's a band. McDonald's. Okay. And I wouldn't say like if you've seen McDonald's recently, but like if you ate McDonald's recently or like you used to work at McDonald's or something, because McDonald's is everywhere, so you probably see it like all the time. But yeah. Quarter, that makes me think of the Quarter Pounder at McDonald's. I've actually never had one, but people like them. Quarter, maybe you like have a quarter in your pocket right now. Sometimes I think about the French Quarter whenever I see that. I don't know. Maybe your school was like on the quarter system. Nana by Trey Songz. 4th of July, which is the United States Independence Day, but this could also be Independence Day in your country if your country has one, if you're not in the United States. Elliot Page, that's an actor. So you might have seen something recently starring Elliot Page. Sexy Villain, Remy Wolf. Remy Wolf is a musician, that's a song. Or like one of your favorite movies might have Elliot Page in the cast. Footloose by Kenny Loggins. That's a song, but it's also a movie about like a town where people aren't allowed to dance or something. Carrie, somebody's name could be Carrie, but that's also supposed to be like the Stephen King book / movie based on the book called Carrie, about the girl who's like a psychic. We've got Ring here, so that also makes me think of like the Ring doorbell, but it could just be jewelry. The Ring doorbell is like a video camera doorbell. Splinter by Spill Tab, that's a song. Kiki's Delivery Service, that's an animated movie. Bacon. Is Kevin Bacon in Footloose? Is that true? I actually have no idea. Let's look it up real quick. Yes, he is. So Kevin Bacon could also be relevant as well, or just regular bacon. We've got here bracelet. So there's jewelry all around, ring and bracelet here. What is this? The number 23 could be significant somehow. That could be like your age. It could be the street you live on. It reminds me of Michael Jordan. Yeah, I don't know. It could be your lucky number. Good by Better Than Ezra. I knew this one was going to come out. I don't know why these two, 4th of July USA and this song, like to come out together. I mean, I do know why, because there's a line in this song where they go, maybe I'll call or write you a letter. Maybe I'll see you the 4th of July, but I'm not too sure, and I'm not too proud. I'm not too sure, and I'm not too proud. It was good living with you. It was good living with you. I don't know why I sang it for so long, but those two like to come out together. So whatever. God must have spent a little more time on you by NSYNC, and we have Justin Timberlake energy in here again, because Justin Timberlake is a member of NSYNC. 8701, the album by Usher. You Don't Have to Call came up to my mind just now. Slow Burn by Casey Musgraves. And Rules by Kill You Manti. So yeah, there's a lot of music in this pile. That's a little cray-cray how much music is in here. I'm about to check something out. Hold on, let me look and see if this song is on this album that I'm thinking of. Yep, I was just thinking about You Remind Me by Usher, and that song is also on the 8701 album, along with You Got It Bad, and of course, like I said, You Don't Have to Call. But yeah, a lot of the songs on this album have the letter U instead of Y-O-U, so you might have like used to write like that a lot, with like the letter U replacing the word Y-O-U. Oh, I'm also thinking that we could have like some Star Wars fans in here, because we got Skywalker. I know there's like Luke Skywalker, but Carrie Fisher, wasn't she Princess Leia? I'm not really like well versed with the the Star Wars cinematic universe. I know also we have like the Marvel cinematic universe, so you might be really into like those types of movies. Or like maybe you were at one point. Ring here too, maybe like Lord of the Rings is coming through. But okay, yeah, interesting. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and write these down in my tarot journal, and I will see you in a second for the reading. All right, pile 2, let's find out what this animal card is. We've got crocodile here, and it's in the reverse. I might turn it upright later. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So crocodiles are like very like stealthy, you know, reptilian creatures, cold-blooded. They've got these big, scary teeth about them. Very attentive. You know, they check the water for like the slightest movement, but they definitely are like under the radar, you know. Very under the radar. It's interesting because in pile 1 we also got another water animal. So if you didn't watch the identifiers, I mentioned that some of the things that came out in the identifiers made me think of pile 1, so you may also have messages over there in pile 1 as well. I'm going to do this a little bit differently than I did for pile 1. In pile 1, I like got all these emotion cards out first, but I think I'm going to get those out last this time. And we've got this from the Abandoned Oracle, which is the elixir. Interesting. Yeah, this symbol here was also on the same card, like the Abandoned Oracle card for pile 1. So, and pile 1's number was 15, and here you have 51. So you really may have some messages in pile 1. You may want to watch both piles, but this is interesting to me, and this makes me wonder if you like alcohol, if you liked alcohol when you were younger. You know, I don't condone underage drinking on this channel, but that's not gonna mean that you didn't do it back in the day. So these are your messages obviously from your inner teen, and the elixir just makes me think of drinking, especially since we have like all this water here with the crocodile. That may have been something that you indulged in before. So yeah, we got here perfection. Interesting. And then also all these like grapes here makes me think of wine too. She's got them like all over her cloak or dress or whatever it is that she's wearing. But perfection just makes me think of stress and feeling like I need to be perfect. You might have been the type of person that people thought was like a goody two-shoes, or if that's not the case, they might have just like seen you as like this kind of like perfect person. Let's see what we have here. Dog, 18. So dog speaks about a lot about like loyalty, and we did have some music coming out, so there's music may be really important to you. You might have like been really like loyal to your favorite bands. Something that I didn't mention during the identifiers was that they made me think of like Red Hot Chili Peppers came out, and then I also started thinking about like Fish and like Dave Matthews Band and stuff. And I know that those types of bands have like really cult followings. And now that I'm saying the word cult, Elixir is like pointing back to me again too, thinking about like Jonestown and stuff like that. So you might have been really into like researching things like that, or you yourself may have been in a group. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to laugh. Or you yourself may have been in like a group that had kind of like cult-like tendencies, okay? Loyalty being like really strong here, and striving for perfection as well within the group ideals. That's very interesting. Let's keep going. All right, so I'm gonna get some of these cards out, these emotions cards, to kind of see like what kind of emotions you were going through that your inner teen wants to talk about. All right, so for pile 2, what kind of emotions does their inner teen want to talk about today? All right, so we got disappointed, which says, I expected more. That's interesting. Is there anything else? And then let's get some from this other deck, Deeper Emotions. For pile 2. Uh-oh, okay. And we got indecisive here as well. So I think like in striving for perfection, and we also got attachment here too. So I think like in striving for perfection, you ended up either disappointing yourself or other people. And that kind of thing might have either continued to eat at you as you grew into an adult, or it could have been the type of thing where, sorry, I'm going to rearrange some of these cards because I just don't like how they're arranged right now. All right, that's better. So yeah, I think that you could have been the type of person who either had like really strong friendship bonds with maybe like one person or a group of people. And if you were super, super attached to that group of people, it might have been like really hard for you to either like break out and make new friends, or for other people to get in and become friends with you guys. And I think that there's like this idea of what the perfect person or the perfect group looks like. I'm actually thinking right now about Daria. There was this animated show called Daria that used to be on MTV, and one of the girls in Daria's family, Daria's sister Quinn, she was part of this group called the Fashion Club at school. So like they were in high school. And the Fashion Club, it was like very difficult to get in to the Fashion Club. They never let anybody else in. The 4 girls only pretty much hung out with each other, and they were always like striving to like look cute and like be perfect, right? So I feel like you guys had a group that had a similar dynamic to that. Even if you guys weren't interested in fashion or whatever, there was definitely very much like a group think kind of situation going on, and this idea of like always wanting to like maintain this perfect image, okay? Disappointed here and indecisive, especially with them being like such close colors here. I think that your inner teen is kind of disappointed with how things turned out, and they may also be struggling with like wondering if they made the right choice, either in their friend group or just in general. And going back to Daria and Quinn, at a certain point, like later on in her high school career, I guess you would call it, Quinn kind of realizes that she maybe like made some mistakes in only caring about fashion and like not caring about her grades and stuff like that. And her friends, like, they did not support her when she wanted to start doing better in school. And they were just like, all that matters is looking cute. Like, it doesn't matter, you know, what your grades are. It doesn't matter. And I feel like you almost feel like you like let yourself down in a way, because not only were you so attached to this group of people and like so striving to be perfect or to appear perfect, but I think also maybe like you put your loyalty into them and like didn't maybe get the same amount of loyalty back, and so you kind of expected more from these people and they didn't give you what you needed. Okay, so the indecisive here is very interesting. I think we're gonna use the tarot. Should we get another emotions card? Yeah, let's see what's on the back here. Actually, it says, ask yourself, what stops you making decisions? What are your thoughts? What are the consequences? And I think that you weren't ready for the consequences that came as a result of some of the decisions that you made, and the decisions that you made were really highly influenced by the people around you and not your own. Okay, and I think that you were disappointed in the outcomes and the consequences of them as well. Right, like how would you like to be, and what would that feel like, and what clear steps can you take towards that? And I think that the clear steps that you took were the ones for the path that was like laid out in front of you, rather than making your own path. It makes me think of that poem where they're like, the road in the woods or whatever. I don't even remember what it's called, but it's by Robert Frost. The path not taken, or the path least taken, or whatever. And you decided to take the one that like most other people took. And I think that you're disappointed with where it's landed you. And I think that your teen self like really thrives off of the attachment, but you know, they are not sure if they made the right choice. And so now as you're watching this now, I think that you are kind of like looking back on it and wondering if you had your loyalties in the right place. Okay, so let's read the crocodile from this book and see what there is to be said. All right, this says resting, submerging, collecting energy, cooling off. The crocodile reminds us to step back from the external world and turn inward. Interesting. So stepping back from like the group dynamics that you have and like what they expect of you, and turning inward. And then the next sentence is very interesting too, because it goes directly with this indecisive card. It says, now is not the time for decisions, action, or discussion. And I feel like that might be kind of how whoever like your group's leader was, like they maybe didn't want you to think for yourself, and they wanted you to, I almost wanted to be like, say like sleeper agent, just, you know, do what they told you to do. And that's interesting. Like this person, you know, has this yellow color like coming out of their mouth, and it's like they're like preaching something. And then, you know, I mentioned like the wine and stuff, and the grapes. Like grapes are a very seductive fruit, and when they create wine, you know, wine is alcohol. Alcohol can be addictive. There's just this idea of, and look, it's even like somebody's like inside of her saying, to like telling her what to say, like say this, and then she says it out loud, right? I feel like somebody else made a lot of your decisions for you, and you went along with it because you were so loyal. Yeah, even like look here, like this dog's like listening to this phonograph, and it's like obviously the dog didn't put the phonograph on himself. Dogs can't do that. So it's like somebody else put on what they wanted him to hear, right? Okay. The crocodile's mantra is wait. This doesn't mean lying around hoping life's challenges will disappear. The crocodile is much smarter than that. It means intentionally withdrawing, gathering our awareness, observing, and building energy. Fill up the vital reserves so your next moves can come from a place of wisdom and power. When in balance, wise, patient, a silent powerhouse. When out of balance, feels stuck, lashes out. To bring into balance, rest, or do a Makarasana pose, which is a yogic pose. All right, yeah. So this idea of you having all of your own secret power, or not even secret power, but like you having your own power and yet choosing, I guess, like not really to use it. That actually really does resonate a lot with pile one's message. So you might want to go watch that one too, like I said. But the difference between pile one and pile two is that pile two seems like they were a lot more, maybe like more attached to other people than pile one. Pile one might have been more like an island type of person, like maybe more of a loner. But pile two, it seems like you guys had a better reputation. You guys had like a better, or not better friend group, but like a larger friend group. And you had a little bit more support, even if it wasn't support in being you for you. Okay. Let's go ahead and get the tarot out. So we're going to be using today the inner child cards, the fairy tale tarot. All right, Spirit, what would pile two's inner teen tell them if they could tell them anything today? What would they tell them? Let's shuffle this one more time. All right, we got the Six of Hearts in the reverse. So this is about letting go of the past and also letting go of like childish attitudes. Okay. I think, and it's also interesting, like if you look, the way that they have like this string that's like attaching them to each other, and this person is like attached to all these people down here, and this person is here like on their little pelican or whatever it is trying to fly away, but they still have this attachment to all these people here. And so yeah, this is like letting go of the attachments of your past. So you might still have some friends from when you were younger who kind of still do the same thing. They still expect you to drink the Kool-Aid. They expect you to, you know, go along with them and whatever they say, whatever they do. And you, for whatever reason, you go along with it, even if you kind of feel like your path is leading you somewhere else, or your life is leading you in a different direction. You still go along with it. And I think that you have trouble kind of deciding, because you do have such a deep attachment and you are so loyal to these people. And you might even see one of these people as like being the perfect person or something. And so you kind of like maybe strive to be like them or whatever. But they haven't been there for you. And I think you also just expected more from your life. Like that is what I'm getting from this mermaid here, who is, you know, out of the sea, trying to fly away on this pelican. She just is like, I want more. I don't want to be here anymore. I want more. I'm trying to, you know, move on, but you guys are like dragging me down. And at some point you have to let go. You have to let go of the tether. You have to cut the cord. Okay. Yeah. So we got these two cards that came out. The Nine of Swords in reverse and the Page of Cups. Okay. So yeah, your inner teen wants you to know that like, whatever anxieties that you have about being on your own or about other people being mad at you, you have to let that go. You got to let it go, because at the end of the day, it's your life and you don't want to end up disappointed in your life, you know, and you need to be unapologetic about it. You can't go off on your own and be like, oh, sorry guys, like I'll be back. I'm going to miss you guys so much. Don't worry. I'm going to be back. Blah, blah, blah. Like, no. You have to cut the cord and you have to just move on with your life and be unapologetic about it. Because at the end of the day, like, are you living for them or are you living for you? You know, that's what your inner teen really wants to tell you. And I know that you might really feel like you had maybe a really great upbringing or like a perfect childhood or whatever, and some of you guys might have been popular, some of you guys might not have been popular, but you might have been popular adjacent is also what I'm hearing. And I think that it's just time for you to find your own thing. Find your own thing. Do what you want to do. Make some decisions about your life without thinking of anybody else, okay? Without worrying about what other people are going to think. And if you have a family, if you have kids and stuff like that, I know that that could be hard to do, but it's not impossible to do. And there are ways for you to find out how to move forward in your life and go where you want to go and do what you want to do. All right, pile two, I'm going to leave your reading here. Messages from your inner teen. Leave a comment down below and let me know what resonated with you. and I hope to see you soon. Don't forget to subscribe. Bye. Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading. We're going to do our identifiers first. If you would like to skip this portion, then you're more than welcome to. The timestamp for the reading is going to be down below in the description box. Underneath Pile 3 identifiers, it's going to say Pile 3 reading. Go ahead and click that Pile 3 reading timestamp and it will take you straight to the part with the cards. But for those of you who like the identifiers, these are just confirmation for you that this is in fact your pile. So at least one of the things that comes out should be familiar to you, resonant with you, significant to you somehow. Could have shown up in your life recently, even if it was just in passing, stuff like that. So let's see, we're getting messages from our inner teen today. Spirit, who's in Pile 3? Who are my Pile 3 people? Messages from our inner teen. Who chose Pile 3? Who's Pile 3's message for? While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Who else is in Pile 3, Spirit? Anybody else in Pile 3? Anybody else in Pile 3? Anyone else in Pile 3? Alright, cool. Alright, let's see. This is, I think, a little smaller than the other piles so far. We've got Along for the Ride. That is both a book and a movie. The book is by Sarah Dessen, and the movie was on Netflix. We've got Hide Your Kids, Hide Your Wife. That was a quote by Antoine Dodson from like that TV segment, like the news segment he did where he's like, they're coming through your windows. Courtney B. Vance, he's an actor. We got Love by Tiana Taylor featuring Ms. Lauryn Hill. We got Love. All right, 1212. That could be a time that you keep seeing. You might be seeing 1212. It could also be a date, like December 12th. 12 could be your lucky number. Lemonade by Gucci Mane. That's a song. What do we have here? Brushing teeth. Maybe you just brush your teeth. Maybe you're brushing your teeth right now. I know sometimes people who suffer from like depression have a hard time brushing their teeth, so that could be something for you as well too. You might have just gotten a new toothbrush or a new toothpaste, or you maybe just went to the dentist. Wake Up in the Sky, more Gucci Mane, Bruno Mars, and Kodak Black. So Atlanta rap Gucci Mane, we love Gucci. Sex and the City, that's a TV show starring Sarah Jessica Parker, Kim Cattrall, and others. I just wanted to say Charlotte York, but that's the character's name. That's not the lady's name. Her name's like Kristen something. Give Me Something Real by Ashford and Simpson. That's a song. Blueberries, Yum. And that makes me think of that song Blueberry Yum Yum, which I think is by Ludacris. Nick Miller, he's a character from the TV show New Girl. Baby Girl Lisa, that's from 90 Day Fiancé. 90 Day Fiancé Hive, Stand Up. Annoying. Ugh, I hate it when this one comes out. I don't know why I even have it in there. I mean, I just like, Spirit tells me to write stuff on the slips and I do. So anyway, meditation. So you might have like recently started like a meditation practice or something like that. You might have been really heavy into meditation. Monaco. All right, interesting. We've got Mississippi. So 2 places that start with M, Monaco and Mississippi. Actually 3 M's in a row. Meditation, Monaco, Mississippi. That's interesting. Sweet Love by Anita Baker. Sweet Love. Peanut butter and jelly. So you could just, that could be like your favorite sandwich, or you might have like had a time period in your life where you pretty much only ate peanut butter and jellies, or maybe you just are about to make one right now, or you just ate one. Hot yoga. You might even have like a peanut butter and jelly candle or something. I don't know why I just heard that, but Breakfast at Tiffany's, that's a movie starring Audrey Hepburn. It's also like a short story, a novella by Truman Capote. Avenged Sevenfold. That's another one where it's like, I don't really know why that's in the bowl, but I just was told to put it in the bowl, so. Avenged Sevenfold, it's like a heavy metal band. Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender. He is the last airbender. He's the Avatar. Substack, that's a website where people can like subscribe to your writings. This Charming Man by Stars, that's a cover of a song by the Smiths. So the Smiths or Morrissey could be important to you. Lemongrass, that's like a scent and a flavor. Lemon Breland, so 2 lemons in a row, that's crazy. So lemon itself could be really important to you or significant to you somehow, but Lemon Breland is a character from the TV show Heart of Dixie. Edibles, this makes me think of like lemon bars, so maybe you just like made lemon bars or something, I don't know. Hidden Figures, that is a movie. Janelle Monáe is in there. I want to say Octavia Spencer's in there too. It's about women who helped NASA create the like moon exploration, the moon landing. Where Are You Going by Dave Matthews Band. I just was talking about Dave Matthews Band in Pile 2. That's interesting, but I just mentioned them like in passing. It wasn't anything crazy. Where are you going? Jamaica. Maybe you're going to Jamaica. That's funny. Maybe you are Jamaican. Maybe like your family's from Jamaica, or you took a trip, or you're planning a trip to Jamaica. Number 2, so that could be February, which would be Pisces and Aquarius energy. You can also like live on the 2nd floor. You could have 2 kids in your family. You could live in like apartment number 2 or on 2nd Street, 2nd Avenue. I don't know, something like that. 2 could be your lucky number. You could be seeing 222. 10, 210, that is the area code for San Antonio, Texas. You could also, 102 also could be interesting. Could be important to you somehow. 210 is giving countdown energy. Same thing here with Hidden Figures. You know how they're like T minus 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, until they like launch the rocket. So countdown. And now I'm thinking about Countdown by Beyonce. And then Fall Out Boy. Interesting. That's a band. They've got a lot of songs. The one I'm thinking right now is like A Little Less 16 Candles, A Little More Kiss Me or something. I don't know if that's the name of it, but something else that I'm noticing is interesting. We've got Hide Your Kids, Hide Your Wife here, and then like Hidden Figures. So you might be keeping a secret. Somebody could be keeping a secret from you. That is just like a little mini message. It could also be an identifier, I guess. But I also was thinking, like, when I was talking about Courtney B. Vance, I didn't mention he is married to Angela Bassett. They're both famous actors, but I think she's a little bit probably more famous than he is. And I didn't mean to hide her, but hide your kids, hide your wife, I guess. Yeah, so that's just interesting. I wanted to add that, I guess. I don't know. All right. Also, I was listening to, so I'm gonna put this in. I was listening to Fall Out Boy, and one of their songs where they said, our lawyer said we had to change the name of the song so we don't get sued. They talk about like, we're only liars, but we're the best. We're only good for the latest trends. Yeah. We're only good because you can have almost famous friends. Besides, we've got such good fashion sense. Interesting. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and get these messages. These messages from your teenage self. These are your identifiers. I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal, and then we will get into the reading in just a second. All right, pile 3. Let's get into it. What's your card here? We got the Starfish. There's a lot of water energy. All 3 of the first 3 piles, you guys have had a water animal, and they've all come out in the reverse. So I don't know what that's about, but I guess we'll find out. The Starfish is one of those animals that can like regenerate its arms. So like if one of its like little legs or whatever breaks off, they can regenerate it and it will come back. I know that about them. What else is there to know about Starfish? It makes me think of like the starfish in Finding Nemo, Finding Dory. Was it Finding Nemo? I think it was Finding Nemo, where they had the starfish that like stuck to the side of the tank all the time. Here we have This says beautiful, alluring, superficial, or shallow. Now, shallow makes me think of A Star is Born. Anyway, the starfish. Oh, and star. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm a little bit all over the place today right now. I don't know why. The starfish is a natural and exquisite beauty, mesmerizing to all. Being around someone with starfish energy is a thrill, like you've been put under a spell of divinity itself. The problem is these creatures have been reliant on how they look and what other people think of them for so long that they may have forgotten their deeper callings. When this card appears, it's important to ask, am I being swayed by outward appearances? What dreams have I put aside to please others? It's interesting that this came out because I got a lot of that kind of similar energy for pile 2. So I think that pile 3 is probably like the popular person, and pile 2 was probably one of like the popular person's friends or something like that. But if that doesn't resonate with you, that's fine. This could still be your message. When in balance, the starfish is uplifting, artistic, and expressive. When out of balance, they gossip and feel empty. To bring into balance, you need positive friends. All right. So let's go ahead and get this reading underway. We have here from the Abandoned Oracle, the Cyclist. Ooh, interesting. So you might have been kind of like athletic in your teenage years, or you could have just really liked to ride your bike. Your bike could have been like a symbol of freedom, especially if you didn't have a car. So you might have ridden your bike a lot of places and like gone to like visit your friends on your bike and stuff like that when you were a teenager. We have key number 33. So this is number 32 and this is number 33. You guys see that right there? 32, 33. That's a little bit crazy. So this gives me like latchkey kid energy. If you don't know what a latchkey kid is, it's somebody who like their parents gave them a key so that they could go home after school and they would like be at home by themselves or with like maybe like their younger siblings. You could have been like the oldest sibling or something. That obviously is not going to resonate for everybody, but yeah, you had a lot of access when you were a teenager, and some of that could have been due to your beauty or due to people trusting you or just you maybe having inherent responsibility, but you had a lot of freedom and a lot of access. I feel like you were able to like kind of do what you wanted to do, go wherever you wanted to go, and people did not really like restrict you in a lot of ways. Okay, we have here victim. Interesting. I'm gonna actually read the story that comes with this card. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, so this says, to grow into a tree, a planted acorn must be fully brown. A green acorn is an indication that you may need grounding and a more solid plan to achieve what you truly desire. Are you trying to create something before you are ready to do so? And so that makes me think also that you were probably given this amount of freedom when you weren't necessarily really ready for it. It might have been out of necessity from like your parents or just other people might have thought you looked older than you were, or because of your, you know, looks or your attractiveness or whatever, people just kind of gave you stuff. And this makes me think that you were not truly ready to receive those experiences that you had at that time. People might have treated you as a lot older than you were. You might have looked older than you really were when you were a teenager, especially since we have 32 and 33 here. You might have even had like older people kind of like paying attention to you, preying on you, especially since we have like this dragon here in the corner. It makes me think that you could have been given a lot of attention by older people who didn't have the best intentions. Okay. This says, a green acorn is asked to star in a fable by Kelly the Green Dragon. He was promised top billing, but in the end, he says his best work never made the final edit. Now he doesn't even have a speaking part. He feels betrayed by Dragon, but Green Acorn is not resentful. Being in the fable landed him a job on display at a museum. He insists he's content, but we can see denial in the underlying anger. The Green Acorn indicates that being in denial may be holding you back. To move forward, you must make an honest assessment of your situation. So I'm also thinking about if you maybe were so good looking that you looked like a model, or that people only wanted you around because of what you looked like and not because of, you know, what was inside your brain and your thoughts and things like that. They didn't necessarily appreciate you as a genuine person. They may have only appreciated you for your beauty. The key ideas for this card are feeling blocked, blaming others, past resentment, deluding yourself, and potential for greatness. The keywords are growth, breakthrough, and empowerment. We've got a meditation here, and oh, the number 10 is still here, so that could be important to somebody. But we've got a breakthrough. We've got a meditation here, and that one came out, I believe, in the Identifiers. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. This says, see yourself sitting in a cinema. As the movie begins, you watch a scene from your life about a dream that never came true. Maybe you'd wanted a promotion, a new house, a relationship, something you were promised that did not come to pass. Allow yourself to feel the disappointment again. Now rewrite the scene. How does your fable end? And yeah, I'm getting that. I think a lot of people like wrote you off as one type of person, and even though you had a lot of freedom and maybe some responsibilities, you didn't actually have a lot of agency, because the people that were around you still made a lot of decisions for you. And even if those decisions, like I said, did allow you certain freedom, they weren't decisions that you made for yourself. So if that's the case, that's sad, and I'm sorry. Let's move on. We're gonna get these other cards out, and we're gonna go into the tarot. Yeah. I'm doing all of these readings, like some of the cards in like different orders so far. I don't really know why, but I just am. So we're gonna get the like emotions cards at the end, and we'll get these now. All right. Spirit, if pile 3's inner teen could say anything to pile 3, what would it be? What would they say to pile 3 now? All right, we got here the Page of Cups in reverse, which actually came out in pile 2 as well, but it didn't come out first in pile 2. And this is about being unapologetic, but I'm also thinking about, she is like outside of the house and she's looking in, right? And I talked about like latchkey kids. I talked about people who, maybe had to like be at home alone a lot or something like that. Even if they might have been too young, they might not necessarily have been too young. And this is also a Goldilocks and the 3 bears, kind of. You can see these bears here in the background. Goldilocks is here like looking inside and feeling, so one, you could have been into like sorry, I don't mean to laugh. You could have been into shoplifting when you were younger. I know a lot of people go through that kind of phase. And then also maybe not feeling like your own stuff was like just right, and looking at other people's families and kind of thinking that maybe their families were happier than yours, you know, despite you having like beauty and youth and all that other stuff, and people maybe like looking up to you. You maybe like behind closed doors had a lot going on that people didn't know about. Yeah. But this also could be an indication of being emotionally stunted and like not really knowing how to emotionally deal with other people, not knowing how to apologize, even if maybe you should. Also taking more than you give, okay? Taking more than you give. Let's see. We've got here the 9 of Crystals, or the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, that's the 9 of Pentacles. This again just speaks to your independence and also your beauty. I think that other people either thought you had it all, or you maybe really did have it all. And if that's the case, you know, you can have it all and still have negative things happening behind closed doors. Or you can, you know, have a lot of independence, but in being so independent, you don't learn how to play nicely with others, okay? Yeah. What else do we have here? This is the Six of Pentacles here. Yeah, I think a lot of people just gave you stuff. And that's fine. You know, it's nice to be given things. But it can also be very isolating, because I think then people kind of expect certain things of you sometimes. They expect you, they don't necessarily always just give it out of the goodness of their heart. Sometimes they do. But other times it's like they really want something from you that you either were too young to give, or didn't have the ability to give, or didn't want to give, you know? It's interesting here that we have like Santa with like some little, or just some little gnomes, I don't know if that's actually Santa, who are like traveling through these snowy mountains, because it's like, you know, very cold up there. And even though they're, I guess, like dressed for the weather and they have the tools that they need, it's still like very isolating, you know. Are there other people around? We don't know. It just looks like they have this like long path to take. And I think that even if you had some gifts that made other people be really generous to you, and by gifts I mean like beauty or, you know, a fun personality or whatever, and that made people generous towards you, I think it was still a very isolating situation for you. And sometimes too much freedom for a child can be kind of confusing, you know. I didn't notice this until now, but like this cyclist here, yeah, like they have their bike and they have the freedom to ride around, but they're also actually like in the rain. There's like rain and lightning and stuff like falling down on them. And, you know, you might have freedom, but it's not under the best conditions. And it might be that you wish that you had less freedom sometimes. You wish that you had more shelter. You wish you had been more sheltered. Just in general. All right. Let's go ahead and get these emotions cards out. What kind of emotions does pile 3 need to deal with now that their inner teen wants them to deal with? Guilt. Interesting. My conscience is getting to me. Guilt. Anything else from this deck? We do have another deck that's like this. Let me go ahead and pull that one out. These are supposed to be like deeper emotions. What kind of emotions now does pile 3 need to deal with from their inner teen? All right, we got exhausted, nothing left to give, and drained. And then we got OCD, needing things really in order. All right, so the first thing that I thought of when guilt came out actually was about this whole like Goldilocks and 3 Bears situation. And if you did do some bad things, like while you were out riding around, you had a lot of freedom and a lot of free time on your hands, and maybe you did steal stuff or whatever it was that you were doing, I think that you have a lot of guilt on your conscience that is causing you to be exhausted, causing you to feel like you have to do everything right now in order to kind of push the guilt away. You know, a lot of the time people with OCD, they will say things like, well, if I don't do all of my rituals, then something bad is going to happen. And that could be something that you identify with. If that's not something you identify with and that doesn't speak to you, you know, take what resonates and leave the rest, as always. But if you victimized somebody else, I think you're still feeling really guilty about it. And I think also being so independent at such an early age like really drained you, and you might feel like you have to have a very orderly life or like have a lot of routines now and rituals now because you had so much freedom back then. And so this is kind of like an overcorrection for you, trying to be like a lot more strict now because you had so much freedom back then. And I think that you do need to find some sort of like a healthy balance in between those two things, just because you don't want to live your life being drained and exhausted. Okay. And if other people took from you, or if you took from other people, you need to learn how to even the score. Okay, with the 6 of crystals here, you need to learn how to even the score. Maybe that is giving back. Maybe it is working with children who had a similar experience to you. But your inner teen really wants you to deal with balancing all of these things. And if you have some sort of guilt that is aimed towards your parents, they want you to fix that too. I'm kind of wondering if you like ran with a couple of other people when you were a teen. Maybe you had like a little like gang of 3 people. And when I say gang, it doesn't have to be like a gang, but you know, you might have had like a little gang of 3 people. And you know what is interesting? In the Goldilocks and the 3 bears story, obviously, like I said, there are 3 bears, right? And then I just said like a gang of 3 people. And the whole thing about Goldilocks and the 3 bears is she like goes into the bear's house and she like tries their beds, she tries their porridge, she tries their chairs and all this other stuff. And I don't know exactly how that resonates with you guys, but like if you were like sneaking in people's houses, was that in the identifiers for this one? Yes, it was. Okay, so in the identifiers portion of this reading, which maybe you watched and maybe you didn't watch, there was a quote from Antoine Dodson that came out. And it was like, hide your kids, hide your wife. But the rest of that quote is like, they're coming through your windows, they're coming through your doors. And so I'm wondering if you like had a habit of like sneaking into people's houses or something like that, or like maybe sneaking into your own house. I don't know why you would need to do that if you had a key, but sneaking into other people's houses and either like taking stuff or rearranging things or whatever. And if you have guilt around that, you can always even the score. You can always fess up. I did talk about like maybe you needed to make apologies to people who you never made apologies to, and like you can do that now if you're an adult, you know. But yeah, I think that the way that you were treated, especially if it is this whole like seen and not heard thing, and other people maybe like told you things were going to be one way and then it turned out being another way where you felt unrecognized or you felt used, then you know it's not fair to take that out on other people. And I think you probably know that now, but your inner teen wants you to like make amends, I think, with some of these people. And if you are feeling empty, right, with the drained and the exhausted here, they really want you to do something to fix that, because the emotions that came out are really like they're sad emotions. They're not anything happy or good. And that's not to say that you don't feel happy or good any of the time. I think you do. But your inner teen wants you to know that you're more than just a pretty face, and anything that you had to do anything that you did in the past to deal with that or to make yourself feel better because of how other people were treating you, you need to come to terms with that. And if some apologies need to be made, then you can go ahead and make them, especially if you are like in a better place now. Yeah. All right, pile 3, I'm going to leave this reading here. Thank you so much for watching and sticking with me. If you'd like to subscribe, go ahead and hit the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hey there, pile 4. Welcome to your reading. We're going to get our identifiers out first, so if you want to skip this part and just move straight to the part where I read the cards, the timestamp is down below in the description box, and you can go ahead and click that. But if you like the identifiers, we're going to go ahead and get into those. I'm not going to turn this card over quite yet, These are meant to help you confirm that this is in fact your reading. If you intuitively felt drawn to this card, then that may very well mean that this is your reading, but some people just like a little extra confirmation. So I'm going to swirl my pen around in here. These slips are going to come out, and at least one of them should be familiar to you, significant to you, resonant with you, or it could have just shown up in your life in the last couple of days. So Spirit, the people who chose Pile 4, we are getting messages from our inner teenagers to help us heal. The people who chose Pile 4, who are they? Who are my Pile 4 people? Who are my Pile 4 people, Spirit? Who are they? Anybody else in Pile 4? Who's in Pile 4? Anybody else in Pile 4? While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. Anybody else in Pile 4? All right, cool. Okie dokie. Let's see. Who do we have here? We've got Energy by Drake. That's a song. So you might really love that song, or you could have heard it recently. International. So maybe you have like an international trip coming up, or you might have lived in a lot of different countries, or maybe your parents are from different countries or something like that. The Climb by Miley Cyrus. That song is from the Hannah Montana movie, but it's also just a good song in its own right. Satsuma. That is a citrus fruit. Strawberry ice cream. Yum yum. Okay. West Africa, that could be Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, and Togo as well. We've got Honeybee by The Head and the Heart. That's a song. Honeybee. And maybe you also just like saw a honeybee recently or something. Chasing Liberty. That's a movie starring Mandy Moore where she plays the president's daughter and they like go all over Europe. American Horror Story Season 1, Murder House. Angela Bassett. Speaking of American Horror Story, Angela Bassett is in like a lot of them, but she's not in this particular season, so we could look at any of the seasons that she was in too. So that would be like Coven, Apocalypse. I think she was in Apocalypse. There were a lot of ones that she was in. I really like that show, but I just can't remember all of them. I think she was in Roanoke. There's a lot of them. Anyway. The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. That's a song. So train travel is kind of like speaking to me right now because they did a lot of train travel on Chasing Liberty. And then in The Gambler, there's talk about train travel. Drew Barrymore by SZA. That's a song. Costa Rica. We've also got Cinna from the Hunger Games. So that was the costume designer in the Hunger Games who helped Katniss with her costumes. In the movie, he was played by Lenny Kravitz. Yellow Jackets. Okay, I mentioned like honeybee, yellow jackets, bees, and wasps and stuff like that are definitely coming through here too. Bob Marley, he's a musician. Yellow Jackets is also, it's a TV show on, I want to say Showtime, about a girls' soccer team that get lost like in the woods or something, like in a plane crash. And now I'm also thinking, so like cannibalism is coming through because in American Horror Story Apocalypse, there is some like light cannibalism, and then there's some cannibalism in Yellow Jackets too. Not, I hope nobody here is a cannibal, but maybe just like you guys were talking about cannibalism at sometime recently or something, or maybe you're, I don't know, honestly, whatever. The Postal Service. Okay, the Postal Service, that could be USPS, but it is supposed to be a band with Ben Gibbard and a couple of other people. They only came out with like one album, but I really liked it. Usman, so Nigeria, he's Nigerian. This is from the 90 Day Fiancé universe. He is a musician, a Nigerian musician who's been on 90 Day Fiancé a couple of times with a couple different people. Famous last words. Maybe you like heard that phrase recently or saw it somewhere, or maybe somebody you know used to say it a lot. Mia Thermopolis, that's the main character from The Princess Diaries. In the movie, she was played by Anne Hathaway. Roller coaster, maybe you really like roller coasters, or you are going to a theme park soon, or you just went to a theme park or something. The Woman King, that is a movie. It is possibly like one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life. So good. Starring Viola Davis. The number 77, you could be seeing 77 around a lot. You could be seeing 777. That might just be your favorite number, lucky number. You might live on 77th Street, apartment number 77. You could be 77 years old, that kind of thing. Piano, I guess for piano, you could be like a piano player. You might have recently seen a piano or bought a piano or thinking about buying a piano, been to a piano bar, been to a place called Pianos. There's so many different ways that this could go. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into the reading. I'm going to write these down in my tarot journal and I'll be right back. Hey there, pile 4. Okay, let's get started. We've got the elk here in the reverse. Interesting. So this is our first earth sign that we've gotten in this reading here on pile 4. All the other piles all had water signs. So I am of the feeling here that as a teen, you may have had issues with your father. The elk definitely represents fathers, fatherhood. I'm going to go ahead and put it right here. Fathers, fatherhood. This also could be issues with like provisions in general. Whether your father was present or not, the idea of being and feeling provided for and also feeling supported, especially financially, since this is an earth sign. We know earth signs, especially in the tarot, have a lot to do with physical security, whether that's clothing, food, shelter, finances, things like that. And with it being here in the reverse, it makes me think that those things are either not present fully or they are easily taken away. Especially with the elk in reverse, this could point to possibly like an aggressive father figure during your teens, or maybe just a negative relationship with your father figure or men in general in your teens. I'm going to go ahead and read from the book on this one to get any additional information. All right, so this being in the reverse, we have to think about what that reversal means. It usually is a blockage. And what I'm reading from the book is with it upright, there is like a reversal interpretation, but it's very short. So we're going to just be reading the whole thing. This says, stable, resilient, headstrong, the father. The great elk represents the earth element in its masculine form. This means it provides underlying support and stability amidst life's many changes. An elk personality, whether male or female, is fully established in themselves and knows their core values. They become known and respected for acting in ways that uphold those values. Sometimes the elk's ego can become inflated, but for the most part they make damn good fathers, mothers, lovers, and friends. The world needs more elk energy. When in balance, which would be upright, supportive, kind, and consistent. When out of balance, pretentious, high, and mighty. To bring into balance, eat and drink more consciously. So that makes me also think that there may have been some issues, like even if, let's say that the father was present during the teens, the relationship with the father may just not have been very good, or it may have just been challenged at a lot of times. Whether you look back and think that your relationship with your father figure was good or not, I do feel like there were significant challenges between the two of you, and maybe also some issues in terms of your core values as regards to the opposite sex. So whether you are male or female watching this, I do feel like your parents and the relationships that your parents have with each other, and then also the relationships that they have to other people in your life, especially significant figures in your life, can really dictate how the children end up feeling about people of the opposite sex, whether that's sexual feelings or non-sexual feelings. You know, when you watch your parents interact with each other and the way that the power dynamics happen within that relationship can either validate or change the way that you see relationships in general. Whether the relationship your parents had was, fully romantic, whether they were married, whether they were divorced, whether they were never married, whether they were co-parenting, whatever, it doesn't matter. It heavily affects how you see people in general. And I feel that with this card being here, the way that your dad was, whether you knew him or not, really affected your core values when it came to how to treat other people. Okay. We've got also bringing into balance, eat and drink more consciously. Some of you guys may have suffered from disordered eating as a teenager as well. And maybe also have had financial issues, whether that affected your food intake or your nutrition, or if it just affected your sense of security and stability as well. All right, so I pulled these three other cards here, and then we're going to get into the tarot, and we're going to get into some like emotions cards as well. But I think we're going to pull these three cards here first. So this is from the Abandoned Oracle. We have rain here. Interesting. And this is 12. So these are messages from your inner teen. This could be a message from your inner tween for some of you. Tween meaning like that time between pure childhood and like teenage years. So usually that's like 10, 11, 12. But yeah, we have rain here. This makes me think of that song, If All the Raindrops Were Lemon Drops and Gumdrops. Oh, what a rain that would be. Standing outside with my mouth open wide. If all the raindrops were lemon drops and gumdrops. Oh, what a rain that would be. And if you'll notice here, like these raindrops have spiders in them, right? Spiders are very creative, so I don't want us to think it's like all bad and gross and nasty, but they're also kind of scary. And rain itself is like this like outpouring of emotion, or it can feel like being bombarded with something like a downpour. And I kind of feel like as a teen or as a tween, you had, I won't say idealistic views of things, but maybe like kind of optimistic views of things. And even if you had this like very creative streak about you and very like precociousness about you, where you maybe saw things a little bit differently than other people saw them, and like you were able to I don't even want to say like see the best in things, but always like turn whatever it was into some sort of like fantasy or fantastical thing. Like you seem like you had a really great imagination. That is definitely coming through. You seem like you had a really great imagination, and there was a lot of creativity there. And whether that ever turned morbid or not, I think is going to be different for everybody watching this pile. But the fact that you could always find some fun way to react to things is really like coming through. So even if like negative things were happening around you, or things that other people might think were negative, you had this way of like bringing fun drama into the situation. And these clouds, even at the top, they kind of look like the curtains of like a theater. So they just make me think of like theatrics and dramatics, and not necessarily like in a bad way, but in an interesting way. I feel like you were a very interesting child. Yeah, I want to get a little bit more. This rain card is interesting to me because when people think of rain, I feel like they associate it sometimes with like sad days or sadness. And especially when we're kind of pairing it with what I was talking about, like maybe possible issues with the father, which some people would say like daddy issues, and I'm not trying to like trivialize it like that. I think some people would think about this as like maybe being like left out in the cold, being neglected, being left out in the rain, but those spiders are like really giving this not like a whimsical feel, because I know a lot of people would say like spiders are creepy and they're gross and blah blah blah, like having spiders falling on your head. It's like, okay, did you guys ever do that thing where people were like, spiders crawling up your back, spiders crawling down, and then they like crack an imaginary egg on your head and it like runs down? It's like one of those things where it's like you play around with sensory emotions and imagination and stuff like that, and it is like there's like a playful energy here for sure. All right, let's see. What do we have here? Let's go with this one. Workaholic, interesting. So some of you guys might have had fathers who were not around because they were working so much. It may have taught you a lot about work and the value of money. And for some of you guys, maybe your parents valued money more than they valued time with their families, or valued money more than they valued you in some ways. Like in Ferris Bueller, when Cameron is like, that my dad loves that car more than he loves me, right? Maybe there's some sort of like value of material things over value of people in some senses. And even in this workaholic card, you can see that there's still like the creativity here. Like they put workaholic, and yet the workaholic is a painter. So you may have picked up some of those tendencies or those values, even if you did put it into like a more creative vein or a more creative lens. Okay. Yeah. I know, for instance, that painting takes a really long time. Like it's very, very time intensive. And I feel that if you had a lot of time on your hands when you were younger and you also had a very big imagination, you learned how to channel that imagination into sort of like intense projects. And maybe people appreciated them, maybe people didn't appreciate them, but I'm kind of also getting the idea of like, you do all this work and you want like your dad to notice you or something like that. And it might not be your dad specifically, but you do all this work and you want some authority figure in your life to like give you that credit, to notice you. It's definitely like seeking approval, okay, from a father figure or from an authority figure in your life. All right, this is supposed to be more of the subconscious, so let's see what happens here. Shears, interesting. Yeah, so some of you guys, especially with like the drama here and like the theater thing, could be into like costume design, sewing, clothing design, that kind of thing. But I also kind of feel that there is this like creative cutting going on. Some of you guys might have had to get really creative and like maybe make your own clothes. But also what this Shears card talks about is being able to let go of things that no longer serve you, and how certain lessons can be either really painful or they can be a tool to make something better. So just like scissors can be used in lots of different ways, they can also be wielded as weapons, or they can even hurt you accidentally. And I feel that you probably experienced a lot of accidental hurt and a lot of accidental pain, whether it was at your own hands or at the hands of other people. Some of you guys may have experienced purposeful pain at your own hands. If you have ever given yourself self-inflicted wounds, I definitely encourage you to seek out some help. So when we talk about things like cutting, like I know it's very scary. I know a lot of people do that as a way to feel something, or maybe to try and get, possibly even get attention. Not saying that you in particular are an attention-seeking individual. However, that is sometimes the reason why people do stuff like that. I apologize if you guys can hear my dog eating in the background. He's a very loud eater. But it makes me wonder also if you have grown from this situation and what kind of tools you learned for survival when it comes to being neglected, being ignored, feeling cut out of somebody's life, or cutting other people out of your own life. So those are some of the messages that I'm seeing just with regards to these cards here. Let's go ahead and get some of these mood cards, these feeling cards out, and see if anything comes out for pile 4. All right, let's see. Pile 4. What does their inner teen want to talk about? We have here negative. Feelings like, it says, I don't know if you guys can see that. Hopefully you can. But it says, I'm not good enough. Why should anyone care about me? I'm no good at anything. It won't work. It's no good. So a lot of negative feelings going around in your head, especially as a teenager. Low self-esteem coming through, and this could be because of being neglected and being cut out of somebody's life potentially. We've got another one here, another blue card, which says hurt. We all feel pain from time to time, choked up, tearful, and sometimes confused. So I do see that you had a very painful, emotionally painful childhood, and possibly one that I said was materially painful as well, like not having the stability that you craved and required. However, we do have here hopeful, and that was like the fun imagination that I was picking up from the rain. I know that I said like on the outside it may seem certain ways, but there was still just like this very fantastical imagination that you were able to cultivate. And you know what is interesting? I'm actually thinking right now of another reader, Brittany, the Cosmic Intuitive Wifey. I remember she talked one time about how she had a troubled childhood, and she would imagine that she like lived somewhere else, and that she had different parents, and that she had, you know, just a happier life. Even when she was like 5 or 6 or just a young person, she would imagine this different life for herself. And I kind of feel like you had a similar situation where you were able to create these stories in your mind, or to imagine these different things, even if what was happening on the outside was crappy or was not the best. You were able to imagine just different ways of life, and it made you feel really hopeful for the future. So there is definitely an undercurrent here of like that. I was talking about like optimism that's coming through. What else? I have another similar deck, but these are supposed to be like deeper emotions. So let's see. Let me shuffle this first. Pile 4. What does pile 4's inner teen want to talk about here? What are the messages from pile 4's inner teen emotionally? We've got here limerent. Interesting. We are meant to be together. So limerence is when you psychologically attach to someone. You can become like totally obsessed with them, and you barely even know them. You don't really know them very well, and the way that their reactions towards you occur can really determine your emotional state. And I guess limerence can happen with people that you maybe come into close contact with a lot, but like you might not have that deep of a relationship with them. So I guess you could technically be limerent about like an absent parent. Like if you come into contact with your parent a lot, but they're not around very often, and so you don't really like know them as a person. You just know that that's like your mom or that's your dad, and like you're supposed to be together, like we're meant to be together, right? But more often I feel like it happens in like romantic situation. But it's interesting here on this card that they use like stars in the eyes and not like hearts in the eyes, and that makes me feel that it doesn't necessarily have to be romantic. It can just be that this person holds like a very, 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 very special place in your heart, even if they haven't done anything to deserve it, or if you don't know them like that. And another creator on YouTube, Crappy Childhood Fairy, she talks a lot about limerence and how that can be a side effect of complex PTSD or childhood PTSD. And so you may want to go and look at some of her videos if that's something that you found yourself doing. And I did talk about how this relationship with your parents, or maybe specifically your father, could kind of like dictate your values when it comes to how you interact with people and have relationships in the future. And so you may have found yourself getting unreasonably attached to people you barely know as a way to kind of replay that scenario that you had with maybe an absent or neglectful parent. And if you didn't get the attention or the love that you needed from a parent when you were a teen or when you were a tween, that can really, really affect what you accept from other people, especially as you're looking for a romantic partner, and also what you project onto other people as you're looking for a romantic partner. You know, if a parent is absent or neglectful from your life and you guys are, you know, bound by blood and you have a shared family history and you have all these things that you're supposed to be sharing and yet you're not, it can make it feel like, well, if I barely know this person and yet they hold such an important space in my life, meaning my parent, but I really don't know them, I don't interact with them, then it's okay for me to also give such profound importance to this other person who I'm not related to, who I barely know, because, you know, that's how it is with my parents. And so if it's like that with my parents, then I can do that with anybody. And relationships should be deeper than that. And it's a hard lesson to learn how to stop limerent behavior. So this is one of the things that your inner teen or inner tween is kind of trying to tell you, that you need to learn more about limerence and you need to work to move beyond limerent behavior, especially with like the hopeful here. I'm thinking now about Catfish, because on Catfish, the TV show, Neve and his co-hosts will talk like they will call the person who wrote into them a hopeful. That's what they call them. And that person who wrote into them usually is the one who's in the relationship, right? And they're hopeful that this person who they've never met, who may or may not be real, is, you know, the real deal, and that they're going to be together and like they're going to be in love forever. And so they're called the catfish hopefuls, right? So in the relationship, there's the catfish and there's the hopeful. And I feel like you, whether or not you've been catfished before is kind of besides the point, but you have that same attitude that a hopeful would have. You want it to work out so badly, even though this person has not put in the time or the effort that they should to prove to you that they really care about you. Some of the people that you've had like major ginormous crushes on may not even know you're alive. They may not know anything about you. They, you know, maybe have only seen you like in passing or whatever, but regardless, like they haven't put in any of the work, time, or effort or resources that would be required to really build a relationship with someone. And if you had a parent like that, then you may be used to that kind of thing and it may seem like it's acceptable to you, but unfortunately it's not. And you have to do the work to recalibrate what you accept and what you don't accept from people in your life, whether that's romantic interests, friends, or other people who are trying to get close to you. Okay, family members, things like that. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and let's see if there's any more emotions that need to come out of here from the teen for Pile 4. Pile 4's messages from their inner teen. Worthless. I don't matter. I want you to just know that that's not true. Every person has inherent value. Every person is valuable. If you were put into a position as a child or as a teenager where you were made to feel like you didn't matter, I'm really sorry that happened to you. You didn't deserve that. No child ever deserves that. A lot of people who become parents are just not ready for it, and they don't really know like what that job entails. And it's unfortunate that people are not better prepared to become parents a lot of the time when it happens. But that is not a reflection on you. and your inner teen wants you to know that that's not a reflection on you. If you have a desire to seek out psychological help, I would encourage that. There are a lot of therapists and psychologists who really focus on this type of work. But even if you just start learning more about how to develop higher self-esteem, how to, vet people who come into your life, how to measure someone's investment in you, and how to balance what you give versus what other people give, then that would be good. Because I do get the feeling that you might be kind of like an all or nothing type of person, where you either like give too much or you're really quick to cut people off. And it seems like there might not be a lot of nuance in between. Okay? But you are not worthless. You have a lot of inherent value, and learning how to see that in yourself and knowing that other people can see that in you too, and that because you are valuable, people should not just get like immediate access to you, to your feelings, to your time, to your energy, and you shouldn't be putting all your eggs in one basket or giving it all away too soon to somebody who has not proven their worthiness. Is a hard lesson to learn, but it's one that your inner teen really wants you to learn. Okay? There's a lot of emotions here. You're gonna have to do the tarot like on top of this, but that's okay. What other cards want to come out? Messages from Pile 4's inner teen. We have time for them. We have space for them. Like, I know that something wants to come out, but as soon as I said that we're gonna have to do the tarot on top, the feeling from like your higher self or your inner teen self was like, well, never mind then. And I kind of feel like that's maybe typical for you, and I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean it like I don't have time or I don't have space for you like maybe this elk person did or this workaholic person did. Like, we have the time and we have the space to go through it. So I want us to. Even if I end up having to clear the table to make space for the tarot, like, I don't mind doing that. I don't mind making space for you. And I think that that's the type of person that you should be looking for, somebody who will make space and make time for you, whether it's as a friendship or something else. What else wants to come out here? Messages from inner teens. Anything else, Spirit? Alrighty then. Nope. I know it wants to come. I can tell. Let's see what's coming out of here. I put it down, and then as soon as I put it down, it was like, pick me back up. I said, okay. What else? There we go. Here we go. Narcissist. So yeah, you may have had a narcissistic parent. And if you developed some narcissistic tendencies as well, I would not be surprised. I think that happens very often. I think that there's a difference between putting yourself first and purposely hurting other people in order to put yourself first. Okay, there's a difference between those things. And I think that your inner teen wants you to be able to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Check yourself when it comes to the way that you work with and treat other people. That channel, the Crappy Childhood Fairy, might be really beneficial for you. So you can go check it out. I can link her in the description box if that would be helpful. So yeah, I'll do that. All right, we're going to go into the tarot cards now. These are from the Inner Child cards, a Fairy Tale Tarot. All right, Spirit, what messages does Pile 4's inner child have for Pile 4? Uh-oh, well, some cards dropped out right away. Here they are. We've got the Five of Pentacles in reverse. So that's about getting over feelings of poverty or unworthiness. We have the Two of Swords. This is about reflection, mental reflection. And Also that two things can be true at the same time is something that I'm hearing as well. And then we have here Sleeping Beauty, which is the Death card in reverse. And that can be about either second chances, giving yourself a second chance, giving somebody else a second chance, or just repeating a cycle that you should be learning how to move on from. And then we have here the Emperor, the Emperor's new clothes. Yeah, okay, so going back to the whole thing with like daddy issues and stuff like that, and it doesn't specifically have to be a father, but let's say parent issues, I guess. Two things can be true at the same time, and I do think that you need to learn how to, not necessarily how to forgive, but how to understand your point of view and another person's point of view. And that doesn't mean you have to accept what the other person has done. It doesn't mean you have to accept their point of view, but you can at least try and understand it. I don't necessarily think acceptance is really on the table here, but there is a time for reflection that is necessary, okay? When it comes to either like a state of poverty or a state of unworthiness, you should not go around pretending like everything is fine when it's not. Okay, the Emperor's New Clothes is this story basically where this emperor gets this seamstress, which I was talking about, like clothing designers. That's so interesting that they came out because I was talking about that. Where the emperor gets like this new tailor or seamstress or whatever, and they come through and they come to, you know, his private quarters, and they're like, oh, I've made you this like incredibly beautiful outfit. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. And they go through this whole act and this whole show of like putting the clothes on him, but the clothes are imaginary. Like there's no clothes. And they act like it looks amazing and everybody's in on it except for him. So let's say that there's like 4 or 5 people in the room and they're all like, oh my goodness, you look incredible. The clothes are so beautiful on you. You can see like the gold detailing and the stitching and how finely inlaid all of these diamonds are into the shoulder pads and blah, blah, blah. And the emperor's like looking in the mirror and he's like, I don't see anything. Like I'm naked. And they're like, what? No. You look amazing. Like all these clothes look so amazing on you. And so it's like this group of like 5 people or whatever are like tricking him into believing that he's wearing clothes when he's really not. And then he goes outside trying, you know, to debut his new clothes, even though like in his heart, he knows he's like not really wearing anything. He, I guess, just believes that he is stupid or believes that he can't see it or that he's so unrefined and that the, you know, tailors and the seamstresses are refined or whatever. I don't know. And he goes outside and everybody laughs at him because he's naked. And so it's this whole thing of like pretending everything is fine when it's not, being completely gaslit, okay? Being completely gaslit and accepting people back when they really don't deserve it, accepting people in general when they really don't deserve it, going back through cycles because you're having a hard time of accepting the truth and like letting it go, okay? I don't think you have to accept how somebody treated you as the right way. I think you just need to understand why it happened and where it came from, and you need to be able to release that. This death in the reverse tells me that you're having a hard time releasing these things and moving on with your life. Because after death comes in the tarot this card called Temperance, which is about being at peace with something. And you're not finding peace because you're not releasing this. And before the death card in the tarot is a card called the Hanged Man, where people kind of do reflecting and they meditate and they change their perspective on something. You really need to reflect with this Two of Swords here and accept, not changing your perspective, but accepting somebody else's perspective. And again, 2 things can be true at the same time. Like, two people's perceptions are both true at the same time. It may not be the absolute truth, but it's true that person A perceives something this way, and it's true that person B perceives this same thing in a different way. Kind of like that dress that was going around on like Twitter and on the internet where it was like, is it black and blue or is it white and gold? And yeah, in absolute truth, it was only one of those things, but person A was seeing that it was black and blue, and person B was seeing that it was white and gold, and it's true that both people were seeing it that way. So I think you have to accept another person's perspective and understand why they weren't able to care for you, why they weren't able to be there for you, and whether this is a parent or a past crush or a loved one or just a lot of people. A lot of people in your life could fit into this category, especially considering, like I said, how your relationships with your parents and the relationships your parents have between each other and with other people teach you how to relate to others. You could have kind of relived this cycle over and over again with multiple different people, which is, where the limerence comes about. So you need to accept that, and you need to not accept what they did to you, but you need to accept the differences in perspective, and you need to let it die, and you need to just find peace with it. That's what your inner teen is trying to tell you. And there are a lot of people out there who are going to try and gaslight you, but the most important work that you can do is to not like gaslight yourself, but with this being in the upright, you have to take the authority in your own life. And if other people, like if you were a child, you were a teen, a tween, whose parents didn't set appropriate boundaries, you have to learn how to set appropriate boundaries. If your parents didn't, practice positive ways of loving each other or loving you or loving your siblings, you have to learn how to make positive ways to love yourself and to love other people in your life. So this is how you learn to be the authority in your own life. And that's where the narcissist thing was, because we talked about the gaslighting, and that's something that narcissists often do. But I said there's a difference between putting yourself first and then putting yourself above others at the expense of other people. And I think that you need to learn how to put yourself first so that you can be mentally healthy and so that you can be happy, and those things that you imagined and the hope that you had when you were younger, you can give to yourself. And it's not about taking away from other people. It's about having healthy boundaries so that the people who are in your life are in your life for a healthy and positive reason, and not because you're allowing them to take more than their fair share. Okay? And when I say take more than their fair share, I mean of your time, your emotions, your attention, and like your life force and your energy. Okay? And maybe even your money too. If you're suffering from poverty still, and you're in a situation where like maybe your boss is like stealing your wages from you or whatever, and like you haven't found a way to speak up about it or something like that. Obviously that's not going to resonate with every person watching this pile, but you need to learn how to become the authority in your own life and figure out what's healthy for you. And boundaries are going to be a lot of that. And when you have like really healthy boundaries, it's very difficult for people to gaslight you, because you will not just accept anything and everything that they say as the be all and end all of what needs to happen. Okay, so this other creator on YouTube, Shira7, she was saying in one of her videos, like, if you and your partner talk about something and your partner is like, well, I think that you should do it this way, so go ahead and do it this way. Like whatever the thing is, they want you to do it a certain way, but you don't really agree with that. Then you can go ahead and do what it is that you wanted to do, the way that you wanted to do it. And then when you talk to your partner again about it, you can be like, well, I spoke to my mom and my mom said that I should do it this way. And so she was like, your partner's opinion can't trump your mother's opinion. Like they would have to respect it if you said like, well, my mom said that I should do it that way. You can be your own mom in that scenario where like your partner's opinion shouldn't necessarily trump your opinion of how you think you should do it. And it of course depends on the scenario and on the situation, but that's a way of changing who the authority is in a situation. If somebody thinks that they have authority over you, there are always other ways to change who has the authority or where that authority comes from and who makes the final decision. Because ultimately in your life, you make the final decisions for yourself. And however you choose to frame that with the people around you, there are lots of different ways to do it, but you should not give somebody so much power over you that it leaves you feeling worthless, it leaves you feeling hurt, and it leaves you feeling negative about yourself, because it's not worth it. And if you do have narcissists in your life currently, you need to do what you can to identify them and distance yourself from them as well too. Okay? Is there anything else? I would like to do a little singing bowl here for you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and hit this if you want to turn the volume down a little bit. But this is just going to help to cleanse the aura and cleanse the energy. All right, Pile 4, I love you very much. I'm so grateful to you for being here with me in this reading. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. But again, I just want to say you are valuable, you are a worthwhile person, and I hope that you can take the steps to integrate these messages from your inner teen. Thank you so much for spending some time with me today, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. What's up, Pile 5? Welcome. We're going to get our identifiers out first, so if you don't want to do this part of the reading, there is another timestamp down below where you can just skip to the part where I take the cards out. We're going to go ahead and wait to turn that card over and see what it is. Let's get our identifiers out. So the way that these work is I'm going to swirl my pen around in this lip bowl. There's something different written on each of these slips in here, and whatever comes out, at least one of them should be significant to you somehow, resonant with you. It could have shown up recently in your life, even if it was just in passing, or, you know, it could have been really important to like your past or whatever. All right, so Pile 5, we're getting messages from our inner teenager. Who's in Pile 5? Who are my Pile 5 people, Spirit? Pile 5. While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit the like button and subscribe to my channel so you can be more connected. Who's in Pile 5, Spirit? Messages from our inner teenager. Who's in Pile 5? Anybody else in Pile 5? Okay, cool. This is a little small pile. Interesting. Let's start here. We got fish food, Ben and Jerry's. So Ben and Jerry's is a type of ice cream manufacturer. Fish food is one of their flavors. I love it. Fish, P-H-I-S-H, is also the name of like a jam band, and I think that that's who it's named after. And that also makes me think of Pisces, of course. Girlfriends. That's a TV show starring Tracy Ellis Ross as lawyer Joan, living in Los Angeles with her 3 best friends, Maya, Lynn, and Tony. All right, we've got Beverly Hills, more LA energy here. That could just be the, you know, Beverly Hills of LA fame, or it could be the song by Weezer. Beverly Hills, that's where I wanna be. Privacy, important. So you might have like recently changed your passwords or just had a conversation about privacy or something like that. Bon Iver, AUATC, ate up all their cake is what that stands for. That's a song. We've got Teach for America here. That is like a teacher training program for students or college graduates. Chateau Marmont, Hollywood. Here we go. That LA energy is like very strong. Super, super strong. What is this one? This tiny little slip of paper. 23. That makes me think of Michael Jordan. His number was 23. So Jordan's, also Blink-182, that song, What's My Age Again? Nobody Likes You When You're 23. Morris Chestnut, he's a very handsome actor. You might know him from like the Best Man series or from like Rosewood or whatever. Hyphy Federation, that's from the Bay. That's from San Francisco area music. That's a song. Uninvited by Mallrat. She is an Australian pop artist. We have No Frauds by Nicki Minaj, Drake, and Lil Wayne. It's a song. Randall Park, he is an actor. You might know him from Always Be My Maybe or from Fresh Off the Boat. He played the dad. Randall Park also makes me think of like an actual park. So maybe you know a park nearby named Randall Park. I don't know. New Orleans, Louisiana. It's a very famous city called the Big Easy as a nickname. All right. I'm going to write these down in my tarot journal and we're going to get into our reading. All right, pile 5, let's go ahead and get into your reading. We have here the Bear. Out of all 5 piles I've done so far, this is the only card to come out upright. Interesting. So bears, as we know, are famous for hibernating. They are very protective as well. I think I'm actually going to put that here. And they are really big. You could have been like a husky kind of kid, husky kind of teen. That may not apply to every person. But I'm not getting that you were necessarily, if that was the case for you, I'm not necessarily getting that you were like self-conscious about it or anything like that. We're going to go ahead and read from the book to see what the bear has to say. You also might have spent like a lot of time sleeping in a hibernation of your own, perhaps. If you liked to be outside, that's possible too. All right, this says, waking from spiritual slumber, beginning anew. After a long winter, the bear arises from deep slumber. At first, the movement and effort are difficult, but the bear knows it's time to awaken and move forward towards the dawning light. The bear card represents an individual on the cusp of new directions and personal transformation. The initial weeks and months of the spiritual quest may feel tricky, cumbersome, and full of obstacles. But you have no choice, bear. Winter wanes, the warmth of spring emerges, and your transformation begins. When in balance, inner strength yearning to grow. When out of balance, withdrawal, lethargy, heaviness. To bring into balance, movement and exercise. So you may have gone through some sort of physical transformation, a glow up, if you will, that is possible for some of you. Some of you guys might have gained weight when you were a teen. Either way, I do see weight changes and fluctuations with this group. Okay, let's go ahead and see. Some of you guys may have had, I think they call it like hirsutism, maybe some excessive body hair or something like that. Yeah. If you were on the heavier side, you could have at some point gone through a weight loss transformation. That is not going to be true for everyone, but I just felt that I needed to say that here. There are some people, like I said, who may have gained weight. But I do see you having like a healthy relationship with your body regardless. Yeah, okay, let's go. We've got these 3 cards that I pulled as pre-pulls, and then we're going to get some like emotions cards, and we're going to get some tarot to draw out these messages. So let's see what they say. The viewing, interesting. This is number 52. And this is from the Abandoned Oracle. The viewing is, you know, after somebody passes away, they usually have like a time. Some people call it a wake. when you can go and you can see the body and say your goodbyes before the actual funeral. Some of you guys may have experienced like a particularly tragic loss in your teen years. For others of you, this could be about how other people perceive you and feeling like you were on display a lot of the time as a teen, okay? Whether you felt comfortable or uncomfortable with that, I would probably lean more towards uncomfortable with that. Even if you did have decently high self-esteem, there still can be a discomfort in being perceived. Let's see. We've got here growth. Interesting. This card, I'm actually going to go ahead and read from the book, but something that I'm thinking about is like in the LGBTQ community, bears are like one of the nicknames for a certain type of gay guy. Like they have physical descriptions and nicknames for different types of guys, and bear is one of them. I think he's kind of like a hairy, husky kind of dude. So some of you guys may have been struggling with your sexuality as well. Yeah, let's read from the book on this one. All right, this says, this card, growth, implies personal commitment and following one's heart. It is about honoring your growth and the growth of others. There is a sense of courage and abundance and an ability to stand tall. This is a time to uphold what your heart knows is true. Grass is excited. He is ready to tell his best friend Weed that he is gay. Okay. So not only did I pick up on that, but also I want to say, like, before I started reading this pile, I got this like really scratchy dryness in my throat, and it made me think of like how somebody might feel if they had been smoking, or like if you had been smoking the day before or whatever, which like it's not true for me, but I just had this like weird scratchy feeling and I had to like go get some water. So when it's saying like weed and stuff, you may have also been into smoking weed. Okay. Grass is excited. He's ready to tell his best friend Weed that he is gay. But Weed reacts negatively, and it's the first of many judgmental encounters for Grass. For years, he is turned down for jobs, and even when he applies for an apartment. Grass fights for the right to live where he wants and wins, but soon after he moves into his new apartment, someone breaks in and attacks him. In the hospital, his loved ones gather, sharing stories of who Grass was to them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's exactly what I was talking about with the viewing here. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. He dies, leaving behind his legacy of love and courage. Grass says break away. It may be time for a change of scenery. Visit a foreign country, embark on a new enterprise, or learn a skill. Most importantly, grow. Your message is best expressed when you are uniquely you. Personal inquiry behind this card is, what have I outgrown? Am I willing to become independent? And the key ideas behind this card are taking a stand, living your truth, lack of safety, clashing values, teaching by example. The key words are warrior, peace, and courage. So you may have grown up in an area where you didn't really feel comfortable being your authentic self. And if you were, when you were, people may have like judged you for it and looked at you in a way that made you feel really uncomfortable. You could have been ostracized in some ways, or even isolated yourself like a bear does when they go into hibernation. Okay, if you were very unhappy where you were physically as a teen, and by physically I do mean both geographically and in terms of with your body, then you might have taken the opportunity to move when you could have. All right, let's see what we have here. We've got bouquet, number 9. Interesting. So some of you guys might really like flowers or floral arrangements. We've got like a lot of plant energy here. We've got these flowers, and then of course like these plants here, which it does give me like, I don't want to say like a feminine vibe, but I feel like the LGBTQ vibe is like really strong right now. So if you don't identify with that, that's fine. This could still be your pile, but this is more about appreciating your uniqueness, okay? Flowers are all beautiful. It doesn't matter what color they are. It doesn't matter what size they are. It doesn't matter what, type of flower they are. They are all gorgeous, and like they go together really beautifully when arranged. And I think this is about learning how to appreciate yourself for your unique beauty, and that you may grow best where there are others like you, but you can also thrive in a place where there are other people who are not like you, or you may be a transplant somewhere. Transplant could also be pertained to like having like a liver transplant or a kidney transplant, some sort of medical transplant could be coming through right now. But bouquets are full of flowers that have been taken from where they originally were, and then they're put into, a different scenario with others that are not like them. Maybe some others that are like them, but lots of ones that aren't like them. And they're given as a gift. And so I'm seeing here that if you have been able to get out of the place where you grew up or where you spent your teen years and you've moved somewhere else, you may have found like a really beautiful community, and you may have figured out what it is that you bring to that community as just the gift of being your truest, most authentic self. Okay? I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I mentioned somebody like faking their death in a different pile. I think it was pile 3. I talked about like the Vampire Diaries and how one of the characters named Jeremy had to like pretend that he faked his death. And I don't know why I'm getting like fake death again here, other than obviously like the viewing, but I'm like, that can't come up in 2 piles. Like, that's crazy. Fake death. That's crazy, but that's silly. You know what I am getting though? I'm getting this, and it's not super strong, but this could be a message maybe just for like a couple of people, but there was that movie that Zoe Deutsch was in, and it's not like the first time we've heard of people who have had like fake emergencies or fake situations in order to like get attention. But there's that movie Zoe Deutsch was in called like Not Okay or something, or like I'm Not Okay or whatever. And she was working at this magazine or like digital magazine in New York, and she had a job that she didn't really like, and she wanted to be a writer. And she pretended to go to a writer's retreat in Paris because she really like wanted attention, and she was like taking all these fake pictures and photoshopping these pictures. Meanwhile, she was just like in her Brooklyn apartment or whatever, and she was photoshopping all these pictures like she was in Paris. And while she was supposed to be there, a terrorist attack happened at like the exact place that she said that she was just like 5 minutes beforehand, because she like posted a picture from like the Arc de Triomphe or whatever, and then 5 minutes later there was a terrorist attack there. And so she had to pretend like she had witnessed and been affected by the terrorist attack. And so like when she came home, everybody was like super sympathetic towards her, and it became this whole huge thing, and she like had to be like pretend like she was like a survivor of this trauma. And when people eventually found out that she was lying, of course it like blew up in her face, and she had to deal with the consequences of having like lied about such a major thing, and all of like the shame, the online shaming that happened. So I guess the point of me telling that story was like this idea of like being shamed online for certain things, whether they're true or not. And so you could have been a victim of something like that. And also I'm thinking now about that movie Love, Simon, where the high school had like an online forum where people would like post rumors and stuff, and they would gossip about people. And eventually Simon ends up on like as a topic on the forum because he is gay, but he's not out yet, and somebody discovers it and they like blackmail him. It's a whole thing. But like this idea of like gossiping online and being shamed for things, whether they're true or not, that might have been something that you were subject to as a teen. And that can be really damaging, because even if you are okay with yourself and like you know the truth and all of that, like feeling like other people are out to get you, or feeling like you have to go into hiding, or being perceived in a way that is not comfortable for you, or this idea of like being a social pariah or something like that, you know, that's very hard to go through. But I do think you're the type of person who has enough self-esteem and enough support and like enough to bolster yourself that you can make it through that. And it's just like how a bear has like all of this fat around them to keep them safe during the winter time, and they don't have to eat that much, and they can spend most of their time sleeping because they have all of this fat to like keep them going. And I feel like you have something similar in that you have so many other things in your life that can keep you going, even if you did suffer from some sort of like social death or social suicide. I wouldn't even say social suicide. I don't think it was like your fault. I feel like it was other people. If you were like a pariah, or you had to like go into hiding or hibernation or whatever for a while, you had enough internally in you, like enough strength internally to be able to make it through. And you realize that you have your own beauty and you have your own gifts, and you should be able to live authentically, even if you are different from other people or whatever. All right, so I think we're going to go through the emotions cards first before we get to the tarot. What messages does your inner teen have for you, pile 5? What does your inner teen want to talk about, pile 5? Let's go. What kind of emotions? Okay, here we go. We've got sorry and we've got anger. I know what I did was wrong and I'm sorry. And then we have grr. So if you did do something that kind of caused somebody else harm or caused somebody else pain, then I think that you need to let go of the pain. If you have to apologize to some people, then go ahead and apologize to them. But you may also just have to apologize to yourself for holding on to any sort of anger that you had for a really long time. Because anger can manifest in the body and it can stunt your growth, for sure. Is there any other? Here we go. Wary, being on guard. Yeah, I was talking about how like if you were the victim of some sort of like bullying, cyberbullying, anything like that, it can make you be really wary of other people and like have a hard time, you know, trusting other people, getting close to other people, letting other people in. And I could see you not necessarily being the type of person who keeps things close to the chest, but who is not, you know, ready to like get close to people right away. Relief, phew, I can breathe again. Joy, open your heart to joy and your life will change forever. And then we have brave, I can and I will. So yeah, it kind of seems like you went from this side where you were like sorry, angry, and wary to this place of relief, joy, and bravery. And if you moved at some point, then I could see like a very clear demarcation of like pre-move and post-move. But then I also feel like there's also just this line here of like learning to accept yourself and learning to accept, you know, what happened to you and how other people think about you. And so this is like pre-acceptance and post-acceptance. And I love how brave you are. I love how you've been able to like come into your own and find all of the beauty that you hold and the joy that lives within you, and to just live your authentic truth. I think that's so lovely. We have our rainbow colors here again. So the LGBTQ is coming through strong again. And like I said, not every person is going to identify with that. Even though sexuality is on a spectrum, you may not be as hetero or as homo as you think you are. Either way, we also do want to accept and champion the people who are asexual, aromantic, things like that. And just knowing if you have some sort of like social difference to quote unquote the norm, you've been able to accept that about yourself and find the beauty in it. And I think that's so lovely. I love that for you. It's definitely like this idea of, you know, a big weight has been released from your chest. And for those people who do identify with the whole like weight loss aspect of this, I think that you might have been holding on to some emotional weight. Some of you guys might have been like emotional eaters, and with all of these plants and stuff here, you might have learned how to be more of like on a plant-based diet or something like that. Okay. Let's see if there are any other emotions that want to come out. We've already got quite a few, but that was only from, I have 2 of these decks. They have different emotions in them, and that was only from the first deck. So yeah, are there any other emotions that Pile 5's inner teen wants to talk about or highlight? That one came out, but then it flipped back over. Are there any? Oh, whoa. You got a lot of emotions in here. I don't know if I can take them all. All right, let's see. We've got shameless, do what I want, say what I want. So I kind of feel like you've entered into that space where you're not going to let anybody shame you for anything anymore, especially when it pertains to you and your identity. And I love that about you. And it's interesting because right underneath that we had toxic shame. And I think that that's like where you used to be. And then at the bottom we have bullied. So yeah, I do think that came up. But I'm going to go ahead and put these other cards away because that was just way too many of them. And we're going to go ahead and get the tarot out now. But yeah, I'm really proud of you for having come through and figured out where your true authenticity can help you. And just being authentically you. That's really beautiful. All right, Spirit. Let's see. Pile 5. What message does Pile 5's inner teen want to tell them? I'm going to go ahead and cut it like this. All right, we have here the Judgment card. I'm not surprised at all. This is the 3 little pigs. This is from the Inner Child cards, Fairy Tale Tarot. With Judgment here, I definitely feel like you were very severely judged as a teenager, but with it being in the upright, you've learned how to not only take what other people say with a grain of salt, but also how to just know that you are just right. Know that you are a brick house. You have everything that you need to be safe from people who are trying to come in to your aura, come into your space, come into your community, come into wherever you are and take from you, hunt you down, do bad things to you. And you're like, no, I'm a brick house, right? Like in the story of the 3 little pigs, the first pig built his house out of straw or whatever. And then the second one built their house out of like, what was it, wood? Yeah. And then the third one built their house out of bricks. And the wolf was going around huffing and puffing, trying to blow these houses down. And he couldn't blow down the brick house. You are a brick house. You know, you guys know that song? I'm a brick house. She's mighty, mighty, just letting it all hang out. And you're now letting it all hang out. You're like, this is who I am. Take it or leave it. You can suck it. I don't care. And I think that that's just so cool. All right, let's see. Anything else coming out of here? Actually, that's the only tarot card that wants to come out right now. And I think that your inner teen really just wants you to know how proud of you they are. I think that that's like the biggest thing. How proud of you they are, which is like probably why I was getting so many LGBTQIA vibes, because we all know that they have like their Pride Month and stuff like that. And even if you don't identify as LGBTQIA, hopefully you are an ally. But regardless, the pride is like coming through. The pride is so, so strong. And your inner teen really just wants you to know they're so proud of you for finally like moving past this feeling of like being sorry. Maybe you're being sorry for yourself. Maybe you did things to other people that you needed to be sorry for. Maybe you used to be the wolf. Who knows? But they are so proud of you for getting past the feeling of being sorry, the anger, the wariness, and being on guard, to being in a place where you are just free to be who you want to be. What is that song? Is that... Who is that? Is that the Spice Girls? 'Cause I'm free to do what I want to do. Gotta live your life. Just do what I want to do. I need to find out who that is. All right, so the song is called Free by Ultra Nate. I don't know how to say that, but Ultra Nate, and the E has a little accent on it. So that song is really coming through. You might really be into like dancing, raves, techno, something like that. But I just feel like this huge weight has been lifted off of you now that you're able to be whoever you want to be. And you don't care about what other people think about you. And I think that that's just beautiful. And you found your community, and you're adding new and different types of people to your community, and you're shameless about it. So your inner teenager is so proud of you. This is a very different message than like any of the other messages I've gotten so far. And I just love that. And like, I can and I will. You've gotten to a place where you know you can do anything that you put your mind to. Haters be damned. You don't care about them. Doesn't matter how other people perceive you at this point, because if you want something, you can have it and you will get it. Yay! Okay, pile 5. This is beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and leave your reading here. Thank you for sticking it out with me. Thank you for being here with me. Your inner teenager is so, so happy and so excited about who you've become, and that's just such a beautiful message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! Hey there, pile 6. Welcome to your reading. Today we are getting messages from your inner teenager. I am excited to see what your inner teen has to say. We have, of course, this card here. I'm not going to turn it over quite yet. We're going to get our identifiers out first. If you want to skip this part, there is a timestamp down below in the description box. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that right there for now. And we're going to grab our little lip bowl, which has my identifier slips in here. I just feel like shaking it up a little bit. Shaking things up. And whatever comes out of here, at least one of them should be resonant with you. It should be familiar to you. It should be significant to your life somehow. If you maybe saw it even in passing recently, like within the past week, or it could be something that was significant to you a while ago. All right, Spirit, who's in pile 6? My pile 6 people for the inner teenager, messages from your inner teenager reading. While I'm doing this, go ahead and hit the like button, the thumbs up, and you can subscribe as well so we can be more connected. Spirit, who's in pile 6 for this reading? Who are my pile 6 people? Alrighty. Alright, this is kind of a small pile. Let's see. We've got Work From Home by Fifth Harmony. So maybe you really like that song, you heard it recently. You also might work from home. That might be part of your job. We have Monopoly here. That makes me think not only of the game and also like the Monopoly Go version of the game, but they have like lots of different versions of Monopoly now. They have like all these ones with like different themes and stuff. Even like ones like named after like colleges and universities, or named after like famous video game franchises or movie franchises or whatever. But also there is a song called Monopoly by Ariana Grande and Victoria Monet. Car trouble. Maybe you recently experienced some car trouble, or you might have to like just get something on your car fixed. I accidentally ripped this little piece, but it's okay. It wasn't the piece that we needed. And this says blue or blues. So that could be like the color blue, like your favorite color is blue. Maybe you're like wearing a blue shirt or something right now, blue jeans, but also blues music. You might be a fan of blues music, or like a blues musician or something. Marilyn Monroe, Nicki Minaj. So Nicki Minaj has a song called Marilyn Monroe, but you also could have just like seen Marilyn Monroe in something recently, like a movie or a picture or whatever, or even just seen the name Marilyn Monroe somewhere recently as well. Sookie Stackhouse, she's the main character in True Blood and the books that True Blood is based off of, the Southern Vampire novels by Charlaine Harris. She plays a waitress. Well, she is a waitress. She doesn't play it. She's played by Anna Paquin in the show. Anthony Kiedis, Remy Wolf. Interesting. So we got these two out here together. Anthony Kiedis is the lead singer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Remy Wolf is a musician, and she has a song called Anthony Kiedis. So very similar to how Nicki Minaj has a song called Marilyn Monroe. Interesting that those two came out together. All Night Long by Lionel Richie. That's a song. All night long, all night. Tea ceremony. That is supposed to be like the Chinese tea ceremony, but you may have like rituals of your own around tea time or something like that. And then we have here throat chakra. All right, so if you have been like coughing or having to clear your throat a lot lately or something like that, then that could be your throat chakra is like trying to open. You might have been like a lot more vocal recently, or you could, I guess, be experiencing issues with your throat chakra. So yeah. All right, guys, it looks like that is it for our identifiers. I'm going to go ahead and write these in my tarot journal, and then I'll be right back. We can get started with the reading. Okay, pile 6, let's go ahead and get into the reading. This card, we've got Moth. Moth. I'm actually going to turn it upright. It just feels right. Moth, it goes through a very similar transformation, like a butterfly with like the whole cocoon thing, and this makes me feel like you transformed and you did it for yourself. It doesn't really matter what other people think about you. Yeah, let's see what the book has to say. All right, so moth energy here, we've got, it says, impulsive, hasty, wishful. The moth is sure the grass is greener on the other side. Moth energy is at play when we're attracted to easy solutions or anything shiny and new. This can lead to unfinished projects, disappointment, or burnout. It's helpful to remind moth personalities. I almost said math personalities. It's helpful to remind moth personalities that life is complex. No matter the illusion, no one is exempt from the trials and tribulations of this great journey. Practice seeing life as an infinite mystery rather than wishing it was easier or different. When in balance, enthusiastic and whimsical. When out of balance, idealizes others, jittery. To bring into balance, finish a project. Interesting. All right, well, before we judge anything, we're going to get the rest of these cards out. I pulled a couple of oracle cards for us, and then I have, of course, the tarot, and we're going to get some mood cards as well that will help us with like the emotions that your inner teenager wants you to deal with. All right, I actually feel like I want to get the emotion cards now. I'm gonna do that. Let's see. All right, Spirit, what emotions does pile 6's inner teen want them to deal with as part of this message? All right, let's see. All right, so first we have forgiving. We all make mistakes. I'm gonna actually move this here. Put this like this. Okay. Forgiving, we all make mistakes. Are there any others? We've got here regret, if only. Interesting energy. All right, I'm going to grab, there's actually two of these decks. One of them has like deeper emotions. So we're going to get that one as well. Spirit, are there any other emotions that pile 6's inner teen wants them to explore? All right. Oh, there we go. We've got this one, worthless. I don't matter. Oh. Any others for pile 6? No. Okay. So the moth energy is starting to make more sense now. I did say I feel like there's been a transformation where like maybe you don't care what other people think, and I still think that that's true, especially when it comes to looks, because I feel like you know like your personality and you know who you are on the inside, and you feel like it is what's on the inside that matters and what counts. And I'm saying this because, you know, moths in contrast to butterflies are generally less colorful, like more subdued. I still think that they are just as beautiful as butterflies, but other people may not always perceive them that way. And I feel like the person watching this pile, you have your own type of beauty and you see it and you understand it, and you may or may not care whether other people see it or understand it as much as you do. But this does kind of lend to like a checkered past. Not necessarily the whole moth thing, but the emotions that are coming out with it as well. And now I'm also thinking about like the moth storytelling. I don't know if you guys know like that podcast or you've ever been to an event by one of them, but like you definitely feel like you have like a story to tell of, you know, how you got to be who you are today. And I would guess based on these cards, you know, that story has to do with these emotions here: regret, forgiving, worthlessness. And I think that you have learned not only how to forgive yourself, but also to forgive other people who maybe made you feel like you didn't matter. And maybe even old relationships from the past that you regret how you handled them, whether they were friendships, familial relationships, or romantic relationships. But as a teen also, I feel that you maybe didn't do everything that you wanted to do, even if it was like within your power to do it. And there's possible energy here of feeling like the paint is really speaking to me on this one, like feeling painted over. Whether that is like other people tried to make you into something that you weren't, or you just kind of felt like a wallflower, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, let's see the rest of these cards here. We've got the Mermaid. Interesting. It's number 38 here. And then we've also got this. This is supposed to be like a subconscious energy that we need to investigate today from the Lunar Nomad Oracle. Clouds, number 6. Interesting. So I feel like your inner teenager is either looking for clarity or trying to give you some clarity if you're looking for clarity right now, okay? The reason why I say that is because moths, we all know the whole thing about like a moth to a flame, moths being really attracted to light. Light is what brings us clarity, you know, when we shed light on things, and light like breaks through the clouds to give us clear vision on a nice sunny day, right? Also this whole thing with like the painting and the being painted over, there's a lack of clarity there, lack of transparency there. So I feel like some sort of transparency needs to happen for you. The mermaid is giving me this sense of like not only being lost in the sauce is coming through for some reason, but also overwhelmed with emotion, living in a very emotional place. And the moth is an air sign animal. So the message of clarity is like very much coming through. Not to say that like you are or have been overly emotional. And I almost was like, I don't know if that's a real thing to be overly emotional, but you know, it actually is, you know. I think it's very important for us to honor our emotions, absolutely, but sometimes when we are too outwardly emotional, it can give other people too much power over us. And it's like that Eleanor Roosevelt quote, or the one that's, you know, attributed to her often, where it says like, nobody can make you feel what's the word? I forgot the word. Whatever. It's like people can't make you feel a certain way without your consent. Okay? You know, whether it's like make you feel small, make you feel big, make you feel whatever. People can't make you feel anything without your consent to feeling that way. Okay? So I do think having a little bit more clarity and emotional control here is important. And I'm wondering if there are like triggers of old memories that are hurtful to you or causing you to like relive certain pain or certain trauma as well. There's this like perfume thing here, you know, like one of those perfume squirters, and smells can often really trigger memories. And I'm also remembering this time, like I wrote a story when I was in high school and I was like taking a creative writing class, and I wrote a story about like this guy who like smelled something and it brought him back to this time. And I think like back then, this is just an example, you know, back then I really enjoyed writing and thought about being a writer, and I don't necessarily think about it really so much anymore, but I definitely can understand this whole like if only thing, right? You know, if only you had pursued that path of the things that you were interested in when you were younger, or you might have a lot of memories of the things that you liked to do when you were younger. And I'm also getting the sense that like you may have been very unforgiving of yourself. Like if you ever made a mistake, or if anything ever happened that like humiliated or embarrassed you, which it happens to everybody, especially when you're a teenager, you felt worthless after that mistake happened or that embarrassing situation happened. You felt literally worthless, and you didn't acknowledge that like everybody makes mistakes. And now I think that you either have come to this realization or you're coming to it now, that everybody makes mistakes, and it's not, a mistake is not a reason to, you know, throw the whole thing away. It's like that saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, which I'm also getting here with the mermaid too. You know, just because the bathwater is dirty, you throw the water away. You don't throw the baby away, right? So like, let's say going back to the example of like writing a story or whatever. Let's say you write a story and there's like a couple things with it, like plot holes or whatever. You don't throw the whole story away, you fix it. And you might have been the type of person in the past who would like crumple up the whole thing and throw it in the trash because there was like one mistake on it, and you're like, this is worthless now. So I think that you maybe have some regrets about not only treating yourself that way or treating the things that you did that way, but also like the things that you didn't do because you were afraid that you either wouldn't be good at them, or that you would make a mistake, or that, you know, you just didn't want to be seen as being less than or as bad at something by people. And now I think you've gotten a lot of clarity, or you will be getting clarity on how you can have a growth mindset instead. I'm getting kind of like fixed mindset energy from this pile. Fixed mindset versus growth mindset is a concept talking about what you believe about your capabilities. You know, are you inherently born with certain talents and skills, and you know, those are the only talents and skills that you'll ever be good at throughout your life, or, and that's a fixed mindset, or are you able to learn new things and consistently improve? And, you know, if you've never done something before and you do it and you're not good at it, is there still a way for you to become good at it through practice? And that's growth mindset. And I think that you're learning more now to operate with a growth mindset, whereas in the past, you definitely had a fixed mindset, and like if you did something bad, you were just like, well, I suck at this and I suck and I'm terrible and blah 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 blah. Definitely like negative self-talk is coming through here, and with the clarity that is coming to you, you're learning how to like clear that out of your mind and to stop doing the negative self-talk. And meditation could be good for you. For some people, sensory deprivation could be an interesting concept for you to try. I'm thinking of like those sensory deprivation tanks and stuff that people have like in spas or whatever. Or just like floating in the water at like your local pool or whatever. It could be really good for you too. Just get an opportunity for peace and quiet. Yeah. What do we have here? Renewal. Ooh, that's fun. Well, this is interesting too, because we've got more of like, well, not more of, but we've got this energy here of like the sun behind her and all these rays that are coming out like directly behind her head. And that is making me think about mental clarity as well too. She's meditating, and meditation is definitely a really great way to gain mental clarity. So I love that. And I am going to read from this book as well. This is a root chakra card, so you may have some root chakra work to do. In addition to, if you didn't watch the identifiers that we did with the bowl, throat chakra came out. So you will also likely have some root chakra work to do as well. It may even be like about connecting, voicing your needs for certain things, because root chakra is about like survival, safety, things like that. And this may be about you talking about the things that will make you feel safe, loved, provided, cared for, those types of things as well. All right. You are being offered a chance to awaken to a new life. You may need to deepen your roots and anchor yourself by taking stock of what you would like to create. This is a time to start again and grow a strong foundation. Interesting. This is a legend and then some key ideas that we're going to talk about from this book. The legend says, geranium's leaves shrivel and are stolen by the wind. She is pried from her pot and is deeply saddened when she is thrown away. What were we just talking about throwing away? I literally was just talking about throwing stuff away. Ugh, love that. Okay. But when she awakens, she's blooming once again. Now she lives in a large park, a former landfill site. A landfill site is where other stuff gets thrown away. So yeah, there's definitely like a lot of throwing away energy here. Throwing away good things, things that have value. Now she lives in a large park, a former landfill site, surrounded by lush greenery, and her roots reach deeper than ever before, opening her to the possibilities of her new life. What appears to be an end may not be one after all. This may turn into a remarkable opportunity. Trust that whatever is coming is better than what you have known to this point. The personal inquiry is, am I positive in the face of change or defeated? Am I ready to step into the new me? We've been talking about transformation with the moth and like the cocoon thing, so this definitely fits that theme. Regeneration, awakening, fortune, sourcing from a more beneficial place, feeling in the dark, change in circumstances, unexpected blessings. And since we talked about meditation and clarity, there is a meditation that comes along with this. I'm going to go ahead and read it now. You can always write it down or use it later. Imagine being discarded like geranium. Feel her fear and sadness as she surrenders to the inevitable. Now, wake up in a new place. Notice how you feel. Let your feeling take you on a journey. Allow yourself to see and hear whatever experience is meant for you. Observe how you handle change. Yeah, I think that the idea of handling change here is a big one, and you, with the forgiving aspect, are learning how to handle it a lot more easily. I definitely see like perfectionism here as well too. First of all, nobody's perfect. Everybody's definition of what perfect is different, so perfect is not a real thing. But not everything is going to go always your way or always to plan or whatever. So you have to learn how to be flexible with certain things and embrace the idea of the growth mindset for sure. Because just because something doesn't hit the mark the first time doesn't mean it can't hit it the second time or the 238th time if it needs to. And the idea of roots in this, in that story, are sticking out to me as well too. Whether that's roots like in your community, you know how people say like putting down roots somewhere and settling down, or roots also makes me think of the like PBS TV show and the book by Alex Haley about Kunta Kinte. So this may have something to do with like your family tree and getting into ancestry or something is coming up a little bit as well, but also maybe like planting roots somewhere. And you know what is actually, I'm thinking about now, people who move around a lot, if they don't get close to people like in their new environment and then they just leave, right? Then nobody really knows or cares if they made a mistake in their life. When you're kind of like nomadic, it doesn't necessarily matter as much if you make a mistake because there's nobody else really like around to like witness it. Certain things, of course, will always have like longevity in terms of their impact in your life. Like if you make like a bad financial mistake, that's going to impact you for a long time. But like, let's say, that you are walking down the street and it's like a busy street and you trip and you fall and everybody sees it, but like you don't really live in that place, so it doesn't really matter if everybody sees you. Or like, let's say that you're like at lunch or something and you bend over and you like rip your pants and everybody at the restaurant sees your underwear. And if you aren't really a part of that community, it doesn't really matter. But like if you are a part of that community, somebody might see you and be like, ha ha ha, like texting their friend or calling their friend and being like, ha ha ha, I just saw so and so like rip their pants, blah blah blah. And like these are dumb scenarios, but that's the kind of stuff that happens in high school all the time. People like gossip about really dumb stuff, right? And when everybody knows each other, there's going to be things that people say about you. But when you are moving around a lot and you're not really part of the community, it's like what other people think about you or say about you doesn't really matter, and so it doesn't bother you. But I think that when you, as an adult, put down roots somewhere and you start to build a new community again, maybe you do start wondering what other people are thinking about and saying about you. And those small mistakes that you might make or small embarrassing moments that you might have in your life, other people will be there to witness them. I doubt that they'll like remember them because, most people are just thinking about themselves most of the time. But that doesn't make it necessarily much easier on you when you're trying to be like starting anew somewhere, right? You want to think about, or like trying to get out of this pattern as well too of caring too much what other people think. Which I said that at the beginning, like you're learning how to transform it to not caring about what other people think about you. And even if you are in a place where like you're building a community and you have roots, it's going to be important that you kind of like let the little things go, whether, they're like embarrassing moments or mistakes or whatever. I don't know if you guys ever watched RuPaul's Drag Race, but there was one drag queen on there. I don't remember exactly who it was, but they kept saying like water off a duck's back. And ducks, they have specialized feathers because they swim so much that like the water like beads up and like rolls off of them, and it doesn't like soak into all of like the the like fluff and stuff under their feathers. And so it's like you just like let the insults or let the embarrassing moments or whatever roll off you. Like it doesn't matter anymore, you know, just like it's over. And I think that you're getting to that place where it doesn't matter to you so much what other people think about you, because you realize you can't live your life with regrets and letting other people make you feel worthless or inadequate or whatever. Is that the quote? Nobody can make you feel inadequate without your consent? Maybe. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if this is relevant, but like I'm itching a lot right now. Like I'm getting like hives. I don't know if you guys can see this right here, but something, I don't know what that's from, how that happened. It literally just showed up like 1 minute ago. Yeah. You may also have to like mentally forgive other people for the way that they treated you in the past. Especially, you know, other teens. Like kids are cruel sometimes, so you just have to just let it go. Spirit, pile 6. Let's get the tarot out for pile 6. We want messages from pile 6's inner teen. If pile 6's inner teen could say anything to pile 6 right now, what would they say? Okay, cool. All right, let's shuffle. These are hard to shuffle, but I guess I'm gonna do it. Here we go. Well, it flipped out, but then it flipped back over. Okay, I'm gonna take them. Okay, is there anything else? No. These cards are so huge. They're like hard to shuffle. I'm gonna just keep these 3. All right, all right, so we've got Sleeping Beauty here. This is 13. This is the Death card. We've got the Lovers here. That's Hansel and Gretel. And then we have the 6 of Pentacles here in the reverse. All right, so the first thing that I'm getting is that if you have like an old crush or something, you might need to let it go. That was my first thing, and now that I'm thinking about let it go, I'm thinking about like Frozen here too. In love, you should be looking for like an equal give and take. And I think also in most places in life, you should be looking for an equal give and take, okay? And I don't necessarily mean in terms of like money or finances or whatever, but like in terms of investment. You know, both people should be equally invested in a relationship. And you may need to forgive somebody from your teenage years who you were in a romantic relationship with at some point. If there was any sort of sexual assault that happened and you haven't had therapy for it, that could be a good suggestion for you, okay? I'm thinking now about that book, Speak by Lori House Anderson. It's about a girl who, trigger warning, was assaulted at a party and right before she started high school. And she didn't talk to anybody for like 2 years or something like that, a really, really long time. Didn't open her mouth to speak to anyone. And it's this whole process of how she learned to recover from it and how she was able to find her inner strength to overcome the challenges that resulted as a direct consequence of what happened to her. And it's a very powerful book. It's a book meant for teens. If you haven't read it, I would suggest it. And if that situation is familiar to you and you need to speak to somebody, I highly encourage you to seek therapy if you can and if you're able to. Yeah, these three cards here, Sleeping Beauty. Normally I would not take the Death card to mean that at all, but Sleeping Beauty specifically is giving me that vibe because, you know, in that story, she's like asleep for a really long time. She's like spelled asleep by like a magic or poisoned apple or whatever by her stepmom. And then this prince comes and finds her while she's sleeping and he kisses her. Which, like, obviously consent is not a part of that equation. So, yeah, that's why I thought about that. But this tarot deck is like a fairy tale tarot. It's called the Inner Child card. It's a fairy tale tarot. So it has a lot of fairy tales on it. And Hansel and Gretel here, you know, brother and sister who are in the woods and they come upon this house, and in the house is a witch, and the house is like decorated in candy and all the things that kids like. And at first it seems like it's like a really great deal because the witch is like feeding them and stuff, but it turns out that the witch is like a cannibal and she is fattening them up so that she can cook them in a stew. And when I say cook them, now I'm thinking about like people being roasted and people like being made fun of and stuff, and so like bullying. But Hansel and Gretel, they're like trapped in these cages and eventually they're able to escape, but kind of like a dark, both of these are kind of like dark stories masked by you know, these like whimsical things. And the whole like dark thing kind of masked by whimsicality is actually very on trend with that message we got from the book earlier about the moth. And now that I'm thinking about the moth too, with like the whole storytelling thing and then like the throat chakra coming out, and I brought up Speak, I'm also thinking now about I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings by Maya Angelou. And that story is also kind of similar to the story from Speak. Maya Angelou is like a very prolific writer and poet. Writing is coming up a lot during this reading as well too. And when she was young, when she was like 8, or maybe even a little bit younger than that, she was, trigger warning, she was assaulted by her, I want to say it was her uncle, a known or trusted adult in her family, and she didn't speak for years. And that book is very beautiful. You may want to also read that one as well, even if that situation, you know, is not something that you identify with. It may still have, either that book or Speak may still have something to teach you. And now that I'm thinking about this too, like the Moth, they have like a storytelling podcast. So maybe if you like are able to put it on shuffle and like get a random story from the Moth, that story may have some messages for you too. That would be like an interesting way for you to do a little bit of divination for yourself. You can find the Moth podcast on like Spotify, Apple Music, that kind of stuff. Whatever the other streaming services are. But yeah, the message that your inner teen wants to give you is also, I think, that you can go your own way. That song by Fleetwood Mac, Go Your Own Way, is coming through right now. This is about like finding what you love and pursuing it. And I think like letting go of expectations that other people have for you, and knowing that just because somebody gives you something, you don't owe them anything in return. That's also like, you know, when you go out and maybe somebody like buys you a drink or something, like you don't have to feel obligated to like, you know, dance with them or chit chat with them or whatever. You know, if somebody does something for you, if they want to do it out of the kindness of their own heart, that's them being generous, and it doesn't mean that you owe them anything. And I think that your inner teen wants you to know that message, that you don't owe people things, and that doing exactly what you want to do, the thing that's going to make you happy, the thing that's going to make your heart sing, is more important. If you don't know what that is, meditation can probably bring you some clarity. And also that, like, just because if you're not good at something at first doesn't mean that you can never be good at it. Okay? This worthless card is like really wanting attention right now. And I don't know if that is because like you want attention, or maybe you're getting over a period of not wanting attention. But like making yourself smaller to please other people is not a good idea. And neither is living with regret. Okay? You have value, inherent value, and you should not be dimming your light for other people or for yourself. You are here to shine. We talked about light earlier, like with the clouds and stuff coming out too. And I definitely get the idea that you've been dimming your light. Okay? With this renewal card here, this is about letting your light shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. I'm thinking now about The Princess Diaries, that movie with Anne Hathaway in it. I don't remember what song. Oh, it's Catch a Falling Star. At the end, when she's like wanting to make it finally, throughout the whole movie, she like finds out that she's really a princess, and you know, she doesn't fit in with like the culture of the royals and stuff, and her grandma is trying to like teach her how to be a princess and all these things. And she wants to quit and blah, blah, blah. And by the end of it, she decides that she like knows how to do it her way, and she's going to be authentic to herself while still honoring, you know, her father's wishes and her grandmother's wishes and her royal ancestry. But there's this little song that she sings in the car, and she's like, it's raining and she can't get to the ball that she's supposed to go to or whatever. And she's like, catch a falling star and put it in your pocket, never let it fade away. Catch a falling star and put it in your pocket, save it for a rainy day. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics if there are any more, but I feel like you need to figure out what your little falling star is. Like, what's that little thing that you can put in your pocket, the pocket of your mind, to save for a rainy day? Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice this, guys. Look at all these falling stars. It's like this hand is like putting these falling stars down, right? Yeah. You need to find that thing, like that emotional thing that is your own little falling star that you can pull out at any time when you're feeling worthless or you're regretting things about your life that makes you feel better. Like your little hope for your life, which I think is what this Lover's card here is trying to tell us, that there is not only hope, but that you have something unique and special to hope for, and that you should hold on to it. Yeah. The Six of Crystals, or Six of Pentacles here, is curious to me, and it makes me think about not only releasing something out into the world, almost like he's like releasing this giant snowflake out into the world. It's like I imagine that they made it and now they're like pushing it out into the atmosphere or whatever. And I kind of feel like that's representative of you. And you know, they say each snowflake is unique and independent, and no two snowflakes are the same. And people are like that too. You know, even identical twins, like they're very different in terms of their personalities and stuff like that. And I think that you need to embrace your uniqueness and cherish your uniqueness and let your light shine. Because when you let your light shine, you let the right people, it attracts the right people like a moth to a flame, right? And so your right people will be attracted to you when you are genuinely and authentically yourself. And in order for that to happen, you know, you can't keep going back through old patterns, and you need to find that clarity that you're looking for. Meditation, therapy definitely could be very helpful to you. But I think it's also this idea of forging your own path. instead of trying to follow in other people's footsteps. Okay, so yeah, there could be some risk, you know, associated with it. There's always risks associated with like learning new things or doing something new, and especially if you are trying to break out of like a perfectionism pattern or pattern of not wanting to be seen or perceived, things like that. There are risks associated with it, but you have to have enough trust in yourself and in the people around you to know that you are going to be supported and that you'll be fine. You can get out of any situation if you need to. I want to ring my singing bowl for you guys, just in honor of you ringing in a new era of life. So this is going to be a little bit loud, but hopefully it will help kind of clear the air a little bit for that clarity that we're looking for. All right, I still want to talk about this worthless card here. Like the little face on here is just, it's contemplative. I was going to say it's sad, but it's contemplative. And it's just like thinking about all these things. And it reminds me of how, you know, you can like think back on things that used to happen to you or things that you did in the past or whatever, and they can make you feel a type of way. And I kind of think that you just need to, like, whatever was in the past, you just need to leave it in the past. You just need to leave it in the past and try and move on. It's like, blow it away. You know, clouds, they move all over the world. They gather, they dissipate, they keep moving when it's windy. And I think that you kind of just need to treat those old experiences like they're clouds passing you by, and give yourself a clear sky, a clear mental sky. You know, you can't change what happened in the past. You can't change what happened to you in the past, but you can always choose how you want to either keep it with you or let it go. And some of the things that I think that you're contemplating about that make you feel worthless would be better off being let go. Because you are a very unique person, a unique soul. And even if you weren't unique, even if you were basic, you still have inherent worth. You know, I love that saying where it's like, I'm just like all the other girls, you know. Because we're all special in our own ways, and in that, you know, it's almost like, it's not like nobody's special, because we are all special in our own ways, but just like you value other people, you need to learn how to value yourself. All right, pile 6, I'm going to leave the reading here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. What's up, pile 7? Welcome to your reading. We're actually going to get our identifiers out first from my lovely lip bowl. So if you would like to skip over this part, there is a timestamp down in the description box below. I'm going to go ahead and put that card to the side. We'll turn it over when it's time for the reading. But right now, these identifiers, at least one of them should be familiar to you, significant to you somehow. Could have even just shown up in your life in the last few days, even just in passing as well. Spirit, who's in pile 7 for this messages from your inner teenager reading? Who's in my pile 7, people? Who's in pile 7, Spirit? Who's in pile 7? While I'm doing this, you can go ahead and like this video, hit the thumbs up, and you can subscribe to my channel so that we can be more connected. Anybody else in pile 7, Spirit? Anybody else in pile 7? Alright. Cool. Oh, I'm feeling like there's more. Anybody else in pile 7, Spirit? Alright, I guess that last one just wanted to come out. This is also a small pile. We've got here, What About Your Friends by TLC. That's a song. Water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. That could be your sun, moon, rising, Venus sign. If you're dealing with somebody, I guess maybe that one too. Self-date. So it'd be like either learning how to date yourself or taking yourself out by yourself, like going to the movies alone, going to dinner alone, that kind of thing. Location by Khalid. That's a song. Send me your location. Let's focus on communicating. That's Gordon Parks, famous photographer. 18, the number 18, also 81. I'm getting it more strongly as 81. So that could be like a birth year, 1981, just came to mind. That could be like part of your address, something. You might have like a shirt that says 81 on it. I don't know, something. The number 1, so we got 181, 811, 118. Any of those could be significant. The number 3, wow, you guys got a lot of 3s in here. So 1 could also be the month of January. 3 could be the month of March. 13 could be relevant somehow. 13 to 18, of course, those are the teenage years. This is messages from your inner teenagers, so it's very on the nose. Any combination of these numbers, like 3118, 8113, that kind of thing could be something for you. January is Capricorn and Aquarius. March is Pisces and Aries. Set It Off by... I always want to say by Queen Latifah. It's not by. She is one of the stars of this movie. So Set It Off starring Queen Latifah. And Jada Pinkett Smith, Kimberly Elise. Who else is in there? I'm not remembering right now. Here we go with another number, number 6. So that would be like the month of June, which is Gemini and Cancer. All right, we got lots of numbers in here. That's weird. Not another number. 38. Okay. I'm officially weirded out because I don't think this many numbers has ever come out in another reading ever. I don't know what that is. I don't know what it's about, but lots of numbers. You could be really good with numbers. You might really like math. Yeah, I don't know. I just saw the B here and I wanted to say Junie B. Jones, but I know Junie B. Jones is not on the slips, but it just came into mind. But we have Cardi B here. She's a musician. And then we have Matthew McConaughey, an actor. He was in lots of stuff. I'm thinking right now about Dazed and Confused, Dallas Buyers Club, that movie, what was it, where he played this guy named Moondog. I think it's called The Beach Bum or something like that. Other stuff. Failure to Launch with Sarah Jessica Parker. Matthew McConaughey has like that math right there. So math could be really important, especially with all these numbers. And then like location makes me think about like GPS or like coordinates or something. So like these numbers could be coordinates. I don't really know how coordinates work, but I feel like they could be them. Or you might do something with like triangulation or coordination or whatever. Like thinking about photography, you know, you have to be like on location to shoot a photo, right? So you have to like be there in person. Something about locations, coordinating, but also even in the song like What About Your Friends by TLC, they're like, what about your friends? Will they stand their ground? Will they let you down? Yeah. What about your friends? Are they gonna be around? So it's the whole thing about like being in person somewhere. Even self-date is like taking yourself somewhere to a location, right? So I don't know what that has to do with anything. It may have something to do with the reading. It may not. It might just be part of the identification process for you guys. But yeah, I'm getting it. Set It Off is a movie about like a bank heist. Speaking of numbers, right? So yeah, whatever this is, numbers are like very, very important. Possibly also so is money. Cardi B, of course, has her very famous song Money, as well as Money Bags. Money Bag. No S. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what goes on in the reading. All right, so yeah, these are your identifiers. I'm going to go ahead and write these down in my tarot journal, and then we'll get into the reading. All right, pile 7, we're going to get into your reading now. Let's see what this card is. We have Earthworm. You know, I feel like I was just talking about earthworms the other day. I don't know if that was in a different reading that I did. It might have been in a different pile in this reading, but honestly, I really can't tell you because I filmed the first part of this reading a few days ago, and then like I took a break, and now I'm filming the last part of it, and the days just blur. They blur together sometimes. I have no idea. Anyway, Earthworm. Earthworms are like really interesting creatures because they can regenerate parts of themselves. Like if they get injured or they're cut in half or whatever, they can regenerate the part of their body that's missing. This card is a lot about like understanding stuff, like digesting it, pulling what you need from, you know, the soil, getting the nutrients that you need from the soil and stuff. And if you didn't watch the identifiers, we had a lot of numbers in the identifiers, and now I'm thinking about like data analysis for some reason because of this earthworm here, and like being able to pull what you need from whatever it is that you're given, you know, like the soil that you're planted in, you're able to pull what you need from it. So it's like if you are doing research, you know, you have to find some insights from the data that you have. Like you have to learn how to make your data tell a story. So I don't know what that has to do with you guys, but whatever, let's find out. We've got some pre-pulled oracle cards here today. We're gonna live shuffle the tarot. We're also gonna live shuffle some feelings cards, but I think I'm gonna start off reading a little bit more about the earthworm from the book here. This is from the Kim Kranz Animal Spirit deck. We have shy, hesitant, reluctant to share inner vision. We have all felt the woes of the earthworm at some point along the way. The earthworm indicates a newbie or novice working to establish confidence in a new field. Others around you may seem wise and experienced, but it's important to remember they once felt earthworm energy too. This card is a reminder not to be intimidated or lose hope. Mastery takes time, and you're on the right track. Besides, rumor has it, a beginner's mind offers the most valuable insights. When in balance, the earthworm is earnest, intelligent, and valuable. When out of balance, the earthworm is self-conscious and apprehensive. To bring into balance, speak up, risk embarrassment. You know, it's interesting because the pile right before this, pile 6, there could be some messages for you guys there because that was a very strong theme of like, you know, not only letting go of things in the past that have embarrassed you, but also risking it for the sake of like growing and learning something new was a big theme of pile 6. So you guys might have messages there too. Let's go get these oracle cards and see what comes out here. I'm gonna get this one first from the Abandoned Oracle, the Plant. For some reason I'm getting very scientific energy here, but then also like we talked about earthworms being in dirt, plants have dirt. I also spoke a lot about roots in pile 6, so yeah, there could be some crossover between the people who got pile 7 and the people who got pile 6, but earthworms going through the soil, helping the plants to grow, redistributing nutrients all throughout the soil. Interesting energy, but this is all about growth. You guys may be the people who believe in a growth mindset, and you know, this is messages from your teenage self, so that could be like, I guess, possibly the fundamental difference between pile 6 and pile 7, because obviously the piles are different for a reason, because the stories are different, right? So I think pile 6 was more of a fixed mindset. It's possible pile 7 is more of a growth mindset since we have the plant here. Let's see. Fixed versus growth mindset, what that means is basically if you have a fixed mindset, you kind of are of the belief that, you know, you're born with certain talents or skills that you're already good at, and you know, it's not possible to improve at the other things that you're not good at. Whereas the growth mindset is one that you can learn new things. If you don't know how to do something and you're not good at it at first, with practice you can become good and better, and you can grow in your capabilities and your skills and in your talents rather than the fixed mindset where you're like inherently born with them and born at being good with something, right? So growth versus fixed mindset there. And I think you guys are more of the growth ones, especially it's interesting that this plant actually has heads on it. And now there's 3 and we have the number 23. That could be significant to you somehow, but I'm now wondering if there's like a third mindset. I've studied psychology. I don't recall there being a third mindset within that paradigm, that theory, but there could be a third mindset here that maybe I'll identify throughout the reading. It could be one of maybe like apathy, there's a difference between knowing what your skills and talents are and sticking to those versus caring enough to develop new skills and talents. And then the third thing, maybe just not caring at all. Maybe just not caring at all. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Let's get this card. We have here Destiny. This is the crown chakra. So again, with the idea of mindsets, minds, heads, the crown chakra is located at the top of your head, and it connects you with all that is, connects you to spirit, to oneness, to cosmic consciousness. And it's interesting that this is called Destiny because Destiny makes me think about the fixed mindset, right? Like when you are born to do something, you're born to be XYZ. And even if, let's say that like you're given the gift of an amazing voice or whatever, and you love to sing, that doesn't mean you can't grow to be a better singer, right? You can practice and take lessons and stuff like that. You can grow within your naturally given talent and the things that you're destined to do. So this is an interesting pile already. I'm going to read the little story associated with Destiny from the book that comes with it. This says, the story is called Black and White. Black is the shade that demands to be taken seriously. As it absorbs all the colors, black emits the warm, powerful energy of the protector. Unlike black, white is isolated. Together they balance and create. You will be guided by your angels to what is best for you and all concerned. Together we are stronger than alone. There's a little legend that comes with it, so I'm about to read that now. Black and white are in heaven, waiting to go back to earth yet again to complete their work. When they meet and fall in love, they learn that they will not be together on earth. In previous lives, their love was ill-fated. They appeal to the council of great spirits, who turn down their request to be together. But the great servant appears and grants their wish. Together they accomplish greater things than they could have done alone. The inspiration for this Destiny card is take a risk. Dare to have your life the way you decide. Are you willing to make sacrifices to have what you desire? The personal inquiry is, what tools do I need to form my own destiny? Am I ready for my destiny? The key ideas of true love, taking a stand, positive omen, radical thinking, deep satisfaction, and ability to change. The keywords here being love, pathway, faith. And there is a meditation that goes along with it. I'm going to read it because I think it's relevant. You don't have to do the meditation, but if you want to, you're always welcome to copy it down or listen to it again at a later time. But I wanted to say that like the story here about black and white and ill-fated love does make me think about a interracial relationship. So whether that is you being of a mixed race or multicultural background yourself, or if you were involved in a mixed race relationship. Of course, that's not necessarily going to resonate for everybody, but it could be a message for some people here as well. And there also could be about like star-crossed lovers or like people whose families didn't support their relationship when they fell in love with somebody. And also I'm thinking about like social justice and civil rights and people who fight for and take a stand for what they believe in because it directly affects them and their loved ones and things like that too. So what is that case like, the one that made interracial relationships legal in the United States because, you know, for a long time they were illegal. I think it was like Loving versus Virginia or something. And they made it into a movie. I think the movie was just called Loving, but yeah, there was like an interracial couple who were able to, you know, sue the state, and they won. I think it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and it allowed interracial marriages to be legalized. I really don't know the story super well, but for some reason it's coming to me here. Recall a time when you fought for something you believed in and won. Allow the feeling of triumph to filter through your body. See yourself before the council of great spirits. Make a request. They will grant it if it's for the highest good of all. They tell you their decision. Thank the spirits for their wise counsel. Relax in knowing that the council will confer with great servant for you. You're welcome to go before the council anytime. All right, so I'm getting like politics here, Supreme Court, and I'm intrigued by the idea that I was talking about before with like maybe there's a third mindset or whatever, you know, not in that theory, but I said it was like indifference, right? And when the Supreme Court decides on something, you know, there's an odd number of justices and they're allowed to, you know, be in support of, they're allowed to be against, or they can abstain from their vote. So like there's three things that a Supreme Court judge can do when deciding a case. They're either for, they're against, or they abstain. And abstain means that they don't vote. They said, you know, I'm out of this. I'm not going to vote. So those are the three heads here, the three options that I'm getting. And also in the identifiers, when there were so many numbers, I did say something about like data and things like that and math, but as I was talking about like numbers are important here, I actually started thinking about like Big Brother, the TV show, where whoever wins is like voted as the best player by a jury, right? So like courtrooms, politics, those kinds of things are like coming through pretty strongly, but like have the numbers of like having people on your side and like taking votes and things like that, that's coming through very strongly here. So you may be interested in numbers, data, policy, law, political science, things like that. You don't have to be interested in those things, but you might be. And earthworm energy here is also making me think about how a couple things, how like change often happens very slowly and it can take a long time to process certain things. And you know, earthworms, they like eat the nutrients out of the soil, and then like when they poop it out, they're farther along, you know, in their little soil path or whatever, so they're like redistributing the nutrients and stuff here. So you could be into the idea of like redistribution of resources or redistribution of wealth or things like that. Social justice just in general, and you know, trying to make the world a better place, even if it does happen slowly, and if you are kind of like one small piece of the puzzle. I think that you have that idea of like things can be better, they can be different, things like that. You strike me as an optimistic person, and also as a person who takes, you know, what power they have, however little or big it may be, and tries to use it for good. And to, you know, it's like that serenity prayer where they say like, God grant me the wisdom to know, what is it? Like the courage to accept the things that I cannot change, whatever. Grant me something else to, you know, change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And I feel like you have, I don't know what that middle line is. If somebody knows it, put it in the comments. But I feel like you have the wisdom to know about the things that you have in your locus of control, and you're able to try and do what you can to make those things better within your little universe. And that's pretty cool. Love that for you. This is feeling like a very positive pile. I feel like you feel called to help other people, to serve other people as well too. So yeah, you may have some interest in politics and women's rights, suffrage, things like that. Woman just came up as this card here. Did one of the other piles have woman come out of it? Maybe. It might have been pile 1. I'm not entirely sure because, like I said, I filmed this a few days ago, so I don't remember. But, yeah, you could be very into women's liberation and things like that. Gender studies, things like that. Gender pay gap, different things. And I'm also getting that you have like a sensitivity to you, but also like a playfulness as well. She's got like these cherries in her mouth. I don't know if you guys can see that at all. She's got like little cherries in her mouth, which I think are funny. This writing here is written in French, so French could be significant to you somehow, but I'm also now thinking about like diplomacy, and then also about there's cherries here in the background too, which I didn't notice, but that makes me think of cherry popping. So like doing something for the first time, people will say, oh, you popped your cherry. I think that originally was like a sexual thing, but people say it for all kinds of stuff now. So like, oh, you did karaoke for the first time, we'll sing a duet together and I'll pop your karaoke cherry. You know, people say stuff like that all the time. So yeah, interesting. All right, yeah, you might have some messages in pile 6 for sure. Let's see. Let's get some mood cards out here. I want to see what your inner teen wants you to know regarding your feelings and emotions. All right, let's see. Pile 7, Spirit. Here we go. This one came over. Relaxed. Interesting. Relaxed. Free from strain and tension. Pile 7. Let's get this one. Their messages for pile 7 on their emotions, Spirit. From their inner teen, pile 7. All right, so relaxed is the only emotion that came through, and you strike me as a very chill person. Very chill. You know, even if some bad things did happen to you when you were earlier, that doesn't necessarily have to, when you were younger, that does not have to resonate with everybody. I think it will resonate with the people who also have been drawn to pile number 6, but obviously, as I said, there's a reason why these are 2 different piles for a reason. I think you've really learned how to relax. I wanted to just say take a chill pill. I don't really know what that is. But, you know, there could be some DRUG use involved here. Maybe psychedelics or psilocybin or something like that. Things from the earth I'm getting. And I feel like you are very open, very liberated. I think you take a path that you want to take. You do the things that you want to do. And you don't let other people stress you out too much, which is cool. All right, let's see. Let's get the tarot out for this pile and see what the tarot cards have to say. What's a message from your inner teen for pile 7, Spirit? If pile 7's inner teenager could say anything to them, what would it be? Okay. Let's shuffle this one more time. It's a terrible shuffle that I just did. All right, let's do this. We're gonna cut the deck. Let's do this again. All right, we're gonna cut the deck. All right, we got here the Five of Pentacles. In the reverse, we got the Judgment card here, upright, which goes back with the whole Supreme Court thing that I was talking about. All right, we've got the Ten of Pentacles here in reverse. Interesting, this is absolutely like redistribution of wealth, as I was talking about. We're going from here, poor, to a Judgment, to rich. Interesting. Anything else? All right, we've got these two cards here, the Five of Wands in reverse and the Fool in reverse. Okay, so I think that you are very socially conscious. You want the best for other people. You want the best for yourself, but not at the expense of other people. I think that you care pretty deeply about social issues, and socialism and stuff like that could be of interest to you. Even if you're not practicing it yourself, you could just be interested in that in general. I think that you have very strong convictions here with this Judgment card, especially being in the upright. And also, I think that you kind of feel not only a sense of responsibility for other people, but you don't like it when like people pick on the little guy. Maybe you tend to root for the underdog or something like that. And you know, you don't like it when like the wolves, let's say like the wolves of Wall Street, come after like the hardworking pig farmers out in the flyover states or whatever, just an example. Yeah, I am definitely getting that you are very adventurous, but you are also wise. And I do think that you have some things holding you back. You might come from a less fortunate background yourself, and you might have a mindset that is not helping you. Even if you do have a growth mindset, I think there's still some pieces of the fixed aspect hanging around from some negative things that you were told, especially about money or about society, about finances, about whatever, when you were a child. If you experienced poverty as a child, even if you got over it or got through it, I think that you are still pretty heavily and deeply affected by that today. Your inner teen, I'm seeing music here. You know, this little guy right here, he's like singing, and there's like a little music note coming out of his mouth. And I did use the example of a singer earlier. That's interesting. But music may have really been like something that like saved your life. Music may have been really influential to you in your teen years as you were growing up. You could be one of those people who really liked to go to like raves and stuff too, or whatever. But for some reason, this bird is coming out to me. There's like a little red bird right here. And I'm getting this idea of like gossip, like a little birdie told me something. And so I think that the things that people told you when you were this age, this teenage age, you've kind of either realized maybe that they weren't true, or maybe they were true and they were like either devastating, or you just came to find out later on that they were true and maybe it like made you mad or something. I don't know. Yeah. I think that this pile is making me think of like a reality check a little bit. Like you might have been very idealistic, or you might have been very like fatalistic in your thinking in the past. And then like a reality check came and you kind of saw things to actually be how other people told you they were. And I don't know if that was good or bad. I don't know if anything is inherently good or bad, but there's a feeling of feeling defeated is here. It's interesting because the cards down here are telling kind of like a different story than the ones up top, but they're all integrated and they're all together. And the Five of Wands in reverse is when, you know, something doesn't go to plan. You wanted to like try and organize other people or get people together and nobody's listening to each other, or people have a lot of different ideas that are conflicting, or you have a lot of different ideas that are conflicting with each other, and a lack of cooperation and things like that. And now I'm just getting this idea of like, can't we all just get along? And I think that you would like that, you know, in an ideal world, we all could just get along, right? But you realize that that's probably not likely going to happen anytime soon, but maybe also that doesn't mean we can't work towards that day, right? I think you want to be able to work towards that day, but like the lessons that you learned as a teen over here with this poverty mindset, this Five of Pentacles in reverse, are holding you back from truly believing in a brighter day, a dawn, right? Whether or not you are Christian or anything like that, gospel music, maybe that's why the music came up, because now I'm thinking about this song called Brighter Day by Kirk Franklin. It's him with like a gospel choir. It's a really beautiful song. But I feel like you believe in what that song is talking about. A brighter day, you know, is available, it's coming, or it's possible. And you, I think, want to believe that in your heart, but some of the things that you learned when you were younger are really kind of holding you back from actually believing that that's really true and that's possible. And I think you maybe believe that people really can't. Maybe you think people can get along, but because you didn't see it when you were younger, it's hard for you to envision what that would actually look like. And even if you did have that desire, I don't know, is there like a fatal flaw that's keeping us from realizing it? And I think your inner teen wants you to let go of this ideology so that you can grow, because you do have a growth mindset, but there's something that's holding you back in this area. And I guess it could just be politics or whatever, holding you back in this area that's making you not fully able to realize that vision that you have. Yeah, you want to be free from that, from the oppressive aspects of society that are holding you back and holding your mindset back as well too. If you were like a very politically conscious teenager, just very aware of feeling oppressed as a teen, I think that some of the things that you realized to be true are holding you back from thinking that things could be better. Because sometimes it's like, things are just like, that's how they are. It's always going to be that way. And nothing that, you know, one person does can change it. But there's a lot of times that one person has changed the world. Okay. And I was just thinking now about that example I gave earlier about the Loving versus Virginia. Technically that was two people. It was a couple. But what they did was they changed the law for all these other couples now to be able to be together and to love each other and, you know, not live under an oppressive law of who you could love and who you couldn't love. And there's lots of times that one people. And you know what? That's interesting, because one people is like I guess it's like a tagline for, you know, a country or people being united, right? But one person really can change the world. And I think that you maybe had those idealistic goals when you were a teen and something kind of happened that maybe either brought you out of it or made you think that it's like less possible. But it is totally possible, and your teen self wants you to know that it is totally possible to do that, whatever it was that your dream was. Martin Luther King over here, I have a dream, right, coming through pretty strong. And I'm noticing, you know, all these plants and stuff in the backgrounds of these cards here. We've got, you know, this tree here, these flowers, this other tree, or these garden bushes, and then like this apple tree here. And those are apples, but in some cases you could say they even look like cherries too. But growth is possible. I think that that's what your teen self wants you to know, is that growth is possible, even social growth, even if it takes a long time, you know, it is possible. And so they want you to have the humility of the earthworm and recognize when you don't know stuff, that it's okay to say that you don't know it and that you can go learn about it. But even if things are slow going, that doesn't mean that things aren't happening. And then also, you never really know what's happening under the surface, right? Like earthworms live in the ground, so do roots. Plants, you know, their roots live in the ground. Trees and stuff, they have like whole underground networks. that they use to communicate to each other. So do mushrooms and most plants really, but there's so much that goes on underneath the surface that we don't ever see. It's like on a totally different plane of existence, right? And I think that your inner teen just wants to remind you that there's so much happening that you don't see, that most people don't see, that's happening either on your behalf for you or happening, you know, just in ways that you can't even fathom or understand. And so they want to bring back your sense of wonder. Now I'm getting that song, I Hope You Dance, by, what's that woman's name? Is it Leanne Womack? Where she says in the beginning, like, I hope you never lose your sense of wonder, right? And I think that your inner teen is having that same hope for you. You know, just because certain things get beaten down or pushed away, or there's a lot of competing interests or whatever, that doesn't mean that you can't wonder about things. And they might also want you to be a little smarter with your money too. That's possible, or with your resources just in general. But yeah, this Ten of Pentacles here in the reverse is inability to preserve a legacy. Okay. It could also be family strife, generational issues. Okay. So I think there's also this message here of like, just because generations past have done something one way doesn't mean that future generations have to also do it that way. And I think that you believe that, but also certain things that have happened in the past generationally, I think, have molded your mindset to make you believe, or to make it harder for you to like fully realize what it is that you want, the big change that you want. It's like burn it all down and start over is coming here. Especially, you know, here we have like this little gnome guy. He's like putting a log on a fire, right? So I say burn it all down and start over, but and that's metaphorical, of course. But the Fool is like about a totally fresh start. And when the Fool is in reverse, it is about holding on to baggage from the past that you should be able to drop so that you can make the freshest of fresh starts. And when starting something over, starting something anew, if you're holding on to these stale ideas from the past and you're idolizing the way that people did stuff in the past, you're not going to be able to transform the future. And the things that you're idolizing from the past are honestly probably not that good anyway. Like, think about it. Like, we have technology now, and they didn't have that in the past. They didn't have that in the beginning, and when certain things and laws and whatever were created. And it's just a totally different playing field now. So there are some certain like traditional beliefs or ways of being from the past that literally just like have no purpose here, and people can hold them up and, you know, glorify them all they want, but that doesn't mean that they're valuable. And I think that that's something that you need to realize. And I think that's what your inner teen wants you to know, is that just because something used to be of value does not mean it is valuable anymore. Okay? Yeah. And that's a key difference between this pile and pile 6, because pile 6 had a card about worthlessness in it, and we talked a lot about value there too. But pile 6 was like about finding the value in something, whereas pile 7 now is about realizing that some things actually are not as valuable as they used to be. And you realizing that and using that realization to drop the things that are not valuable to you or to your mindset or to your growth or the growth of your community or whatever it may be, your nation, whatever, and moving forward with a fresh start as to the way you see things. And bringing them to a place where you have the freedom to get what it is that you want and what is best for everyone at large. Not in like a totalitarian way, but in a way that is freeing people from oppression. All right, I'm going to leave your reading here. Thank you so much for sticking around with me. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.